Yo, what's up? Hmm. Can you hear me? Oh, I can't hear you. That's why I was confused. You're not. I don't. You don't have any audio. I hear
Oh!
you.
Oh. Well, my headset was muted. That explains everything perfectly.
I
Yeah, what's up, dude? How you doing, man?
just woke up, man.
Really?
Yeah, dude. I mean, I'm ever since I've been in this space, I ain't been getting no fucking sleep.
You know, I went to sleep last night. What's up, Achilles? Thank you for coming in, brother. I appreciate you, my man. Um, I fell asleep last night about 10:30, 11, and I woke up at 6:30 this morning. It was fan-fucking-tastic, dude.
That's
I
crazy.
got
That's
up,
about the
got
time
some
I
stuff
I got
going.
off.
Yeah, I got Charlie walked. You know, it was really nice, dude, to get up and get moving around a little bit. And
I was
then
on Abe's panel.
what happened?
I was on Abe's panel, and Andrew's like next debate partner actually came in.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. And he sat there and argued with I forget the guy's name for a while, who was talking about how Andrew's doing things the wrong way. And he was sitting there arguing with him, like debating with him the whole time while we were all just sat there and watched for like the last 30 minutes. And before that, it was just all of us hanging out and shooting shit. It was the first time I'd ever actually talked to Oxycat outside of the chat.
Fuck, I wish I would have known Abe had his channel going, because
Oh, it was a blast. Yeah, I was in there till like 6:30, 7 a.m.
dude, his panels are always so good, bro.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Abe's panels are great, man.
That's the first time I've ever talked to Grumple too. Now that I'm thinking about it.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, Grumple's good people, man. I really like Grumple, dude.
Oh, he talks mad shit about me, calling me a tweaker and about my rocking. He can't help himself.
Yeah.
He's a very insecure man.
Well, I can tell you one thing, dude. Like, the fact that you're able to engage with it and like accept it and then talk shit back, that shows something about your character. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, no, I know. It's just one of those things. It's like I never really. I mean, I've seen him on there a couple times, but I never really imagined him as one of those types. And then like seeing him interact, I was like, oh, okay, this is how you are. Got it.
yeah. I will say, like, if you were
I like
part
him.
of me and my
He's
group
cool.
of friends, dude, that I wouldn't say it'd be relentless. You wouldn't be the one who's getting the finger pointed at you and made fun of constantly, but you wouldn't get away with it. You know what I mean? We all fuck with each other. That's why, like, you know, I have my own kind of issues, and people fuck with me on that as well. So
Yeah, I was always used to it, to be honest with you. But as I was younger, like when I was a lot younger, I always hid it more.
yeah,
So it was a lot less likely that I would be rocking all the time when I was around.
yeah. Well, now
As an
you're in a
adult, I
place
don't give
where
a
you can be
shit.
yourself.
Yeah, as an adult, I don't really give a shit. I'll be driving down the road rocking, and people will be looking at my car like I'm about to run them off the road or something.
Yeah. But fuck, man, dude. You know, I'm glad you made it into the scene, man.
Yeah,
So,
me too. I mean, it is what it is. I've already noticed that I'm gonna have major issues when it comes to how people engage falsely. Um, you know, it's just how it goes, I guess. People like to say things that just aren't true. It's already very clear. It's on both sides. It's on our side too.
of course.
But it's funny that I have less trouble joining leftist panels than I do the ones on ours. I've noticed,
Yeah.
but we'll see. See how it goes over the next couple weeks. I got some things I need to do. I got to get this thing scheduled with Emmett. Now that I know my schedule, I'm going to talk to him and find out what his schedule is. I'm going to talk to him later on.
Yeah, me and him have been going back and forth in Discord a little bit.
Yeah, me and him talk on Discord too. But
He said.
Did I show you the? Go ahead.
He said he's gonna open up a chat with you later today. That's what he said about
What?
like 20 minutes ago. So.
Open a chat. What kind of chat? What do you mean?
I don't know. He's probably just gonna like Discord call you or something. That way you guys.
Oh, you mean a call? Okay, I was gonna say because we're already talking on Discord.
Well, he said he was gonna open a chat. That was his actual like words. He said, "I'll open a chat with Tweaker later today." So you guys will be able to. Hey, what's going on, dude? How you doing, Argar?
What is this?
That's Emmett. That's Emmett. Sorry. Oh, okay, all three of us. Oh, yeah. Perfect. Hey, Emmett, here's the thing. Whenever you guys decide to schedule it, I'm in because I'm out of work for at least a month. Like, at the very fucking least, I'm out of work for a month from today. So, like,
Well, you got to start sucking on some balls. That'll make you some good money.
Fuck that, dude. Like, I would honestly. Oh man, okay. I almost.
Yeah, TOS, bro.
Yeah,
I already know where you were going. I already know.
Let me rephrase. I would rather distribute illicit substances than be one of those. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, hey, you can always go play Schedule 1.
I love that game, dude.
Yeah, I know. That's what.
I love that game.
Yeah, it was a good game.
I was, dude, straight stuck on it, man. And it made me feel good because, like, there was a bunch of streamers that I watched that played that, and never mind. I was like, if I streamed this, but they obviously had a bigger audience than I did, and that was before I started this channel. Like, I've had that gaming channel over on Twitch for a while, but I haven't streamed on it in forever. And then the last few streams that I did was like a drug recovery kind of thing.
Oh, it's interesting.
All right. Yeah, Emmett, please, dude. Whenever you get a chance, dude, you know what I mean? You can even jump in later and we can talk after the Bible study or something.
Yeah, I'm heading to work myself right now.
Oh, word. Okay. What's the struggle session?
Yeah, what's this struggle session right now? That's what he said. I just thought it was funny.
He saw your Jess kick. What does that mean? Jess boot you off the panel?
No, I quit and I blocked her.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, I don't want nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with me.
I don't think so. It doesn't. It surely doesn't.
Yeah. So,
it's funny because before I blocked her, like I got like notifications of all of her what she was sending me, and then I come back and she deleted everything she sent me and only left one message on there, and I just blocked her. I was like, I'm not dealing with this drama queen. This is not my thing.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Hey, it was content.
I'm absolutely good.
It was content. If you had your own channel and had all that, it would have been good content too. You know what I mean?
Oh no, absolutely. And I'm not really too concerned with it, to be completely honest with you, because it's just one of the things. It's like it's very clear when you've actually done something and given somebody something else. So it's like I wasn't given something from this person. It was mutually beneficial either way. So it was like I don't care if I walk away from it. I had a lot more fun. Like the thing is I left Abe's panel to go and help on hers. And then I was just like, you know what, fuck this. And I went and left back to Abe's so I could have fun. You know what I mean? I was like, fuck this. I'm going to go enjoy my night.
Yeah, 100%.
So I had a blast on Abe's panel. And like I said, it was the very first time I've ever actually gotten to engage with Oxycat that wasn't in a chat.
Yeah, Abe has really good panels, man. Like
it was a really good panel.
Yeah, every time I've been on his panels, it's always been a great conversation, or there's some funny shit popping off, dude. That's the
Yeah, it was a ton of fun, dude. I gotta give it credit. I didn't actually realize that his panel was gonna be so good. But it was very good. Gotta get my map going here. Now, where's Corey? He's usually here.
Oh, we're just waiting. I mean, we're still like it's still super young in the stream, and
oh, I know. I'm just so used to Corey hopping straight in. at least in the chat.
Yeah, see, so Emmett, earlier when I woke up earlier today, the only people on panel was me, Jess, Teriak, and JB Speaks, and she was watching a Rachel Wilson video on whatever, and we had a good little back and forth there. It was pretty funny, you know. But that was all I really saw, you know. I missed all the drama, I guess, man. I must have slept through it. When we all start like building our channels up and get to a point where we have like a good amount of subscribers and it's worth it, I'll start making what's up, Volstead Mandatory Carry? How you doing today, brother? Good to see you back, man. Good to see you back. But
oh man,
I'll start doing like panel sphere drama videos. You know, because I'm Switzerland with the drama shit. Like I'll talk shit to people, but like I'm pretty neutral when it comes to all that. Like I know me and Ryan have had it out on stream, whatever, but like I'm not gonna go out of my way to like.
Well, no, it's funny that you say that because like I've had it out with Ryan, right? Like I've had it completely out with Ryan, but I don't actually hate Ryan. If Ryan had his own panel, I would go on Ryan's panel, for instance. You see what I'm saying? Like, like I don't have any actual issue with him in the space.
Oh, Emmett, you game, dude? What do you play, bro?
Come on, dude. We know you play nothing but Barney's Great Adventure. Actually, Emmett was there. Emmett, what was the name of the guy that was arguing with the guy that was defending Andrew? I forget his name.
Yeah, see, I wasn't there for that, so I have no idea.
Emmett was.
Dude, Emmett, when you do that, I will be on. I will for sure fucking be on, bro.
What is he doing? I can't look at chat.
He's gonna do panels about the industry, like game discussions and stuff, dude.
Oh yeah. He was telling me about that. Yeah.
Octavius versus Martell.
Yeah. Octavius was the guy arguing with the guy that's supposed to be Andrew's like next debate partner.
Like partner or his adversary?
I don't know. Maybe the adversary. Maybe partner. I don't remember. I stopped paying attention because every time I go to watch Andrew on the fucking debate panel, on a debate, he doesn't show up. Like every chance that I've ever actually had to watch him, like he's shown up a couple times, but I've literally like the majority of the times that I've went to watch him, he hasn't shown up for his debate.
Okay, so Octavius was was arguing against Andrew, huh?
Okay.
That's just what I'm getting from it, from what Emmett said so far.
Oh no! In the panel, he was defending him. Octavius was against him.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So Octavius was arguing against Andrew.
Yeah. Talking about how he does things wrong and how he could get in trouble for brigading or trying to hurt people in the sense that where he's doing his TikToks and pages, just talking out of his ass because nothing Andrew's doing is against any terms of service anywhere. It's not against any crime on the internet. I think that he just likes talking out of his ass sometimes to hear his own self-talk.
Dude, if you're doing something wrong, regardless of whether like what you're doing is debatable or not, if you're doing something wrong, you're not going to get anywhere online. And Andrew has a huge following that is continuing to grow. He's making a bit of money for him and his family. I mean, you really can't like there. It's a hard argument to say what he's doing is wrong. Like, it's really fucking hard.
I agree. Like that's why I'm saying like I might debate against some of the things that Andrew says and does as far as being, the master debater, but like I'll never question his methods. You know what I'm saying? Like as far as his business practices and what he's got going on there, which is all Octavius was questioning. So I just thought it was a little silly. I'm just like, how much of an erection do you have for somebody that you're sitting here after being on a panel for 7 hours, like talking poorly about someone and how they handle their business, and you can't even quite get to that part. You know what I mean? You couldn't do that if you tried.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I totally understand. It is insane to me how like people will get such a hair up their ass about how these folks who have made a very good brand for themselves and really settled themselves into YouTube, and then it's people who haven't are the ones who are like they get a hair up their ass for these people, and it's like, dude, just like.
I'm trying to. I'm actually trying to. That's one of the reasons why I'm glad. Like Rude Crab sent me my he sent me my graphics and everything. Did I show you those yet?
Yeah, you did. They look good. Yeah.
Yeah, he changed the hair color and the eye color though. So now it's got closer.
He was roasting you to me on Discord yesterday.
You said what?
Pretty funny, man. He was like, "Oh, me? My hair color and my eye color's wrong." Me. It's funny as shit, dude.
I mean, it's true. Well, the thing is like if I'm gonna have something like that, I want it to match me.
Of course, no. Of course. He was being rude, bro. He was being rude. You know what I mean? Like,
no. I know. I give him shit constant. I'm not. Trust me. I'm not shying away from it. Rude Crab and me give it to each other constantly.
Yeah, you have to, bro. That's how me and all of
he was
my
on the panel yesterday too.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm okay with being ripped. Like that's the funny thing is like you have people like I know for a fact that Jess in her head believes that oh well I'm sensitive. I'm really not. I just don't want to deal with certain types of people. And like I was putting up with it for a while. Like for instance, like being on a panel where they play an AI song every 10 seconds, I was already struggling mentally with that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's very frustrating to be in the middle of a conversation and then have to listen to 30 minutes of Smoko.
I get that. I get that. But what Jess is doing right now is working, man.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing with it, but it's not working for me. So that's why I'm not. That's why I'm done being on the panels.
Right.
Yeah.
100%. I get that.
Yeah.
I get that. Yeah.
Well, see, it's funny because a lot of the people that go in there to like chat or watch, or people that want to go on the panel, they literally won't. Like, I can't get Root Crab to come up on those panels for that very reason because he's so sick of that shit. Like, I love when Root Crab comes up on those panels because he's one of the ones that's not really on our side. So he'll give me pushback rather than me having to argue with people from my side, which I'm okay with doing, but they get so up in their feelings and acting like they know what they're talking about. And in reality, it's like you can't have a discussion with them if you disagree with something that they say.
Yeah. So Emmett was saying his criticism was more or less just the way Andrew deals with super chats. He doesn't care about the smoking or drinking or anything like that. I mean, I get that, right? Like, that's
how does he deal with the super chats? What do you mean by that?
He's just he's very abrasive with the community when it comes to super chats.
Oh yeah, I love that about Andrew.
I can understand where he comes from with that. That's the engagement that he has with his audience, right? Like he's kind of established that, so the people that are there understand that's the way that he's going to do that. And,
exactly.
For me, I haven't gotten to that point yet. So, and I just like personally, I wouldn't do that, but that's not because I'm against that kind of thing. It's just not in my character, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So like if I were to do something like that, it would be, how Rob goes about that whole thing?
That's me. Yeah.
Yeah. Rob does it in like a joking way because he obviously goes like, yeah, obviously, guys, like I'm just kidding, but send in more money, fuckers. Like
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's like I'm more like Rob with that because it's not in my personal character, and if I were to try to do something like that, it'd be incredibly disingenuous, and that's the last thing that I want to do with my channel. With Andrew, he's probably like with his character, that's the way that he does things, and that's already kind of like the status quo of how he engages with his audience. So if he were to try and change that, it would be disingenuous at that point,
I agree.
So I totally understand.
Well, see, me, I'm a nice guy.
Oh yeah, not showing up. Yeah.
Yeah, see, the not showing up thing makes me. Again, I was always a massive Andrew Wilson fan, But as of lately, like, I'd rather just not watch him. I'd rather participate in the space or watch Rob Noor or watch, hell, I'll go on there and watch you debate someone on verbal combat, you know, right? Like I've chosen to watch my friends lately over Andrew Wilson. I've chosen to do things differently because I've realized as I've gotten the space that I don't agree with the way Andrew Wilson does what he does. However, I'm not going to preach that. I'm not going to sit here and say that, oh man, Andrew's bad. No, he's not. He's great. He's the reason that I've even decided to do any of this or try any of this to begin with. But I prefer Rob Noor if I'm going to watch someone like that because he's a lot more genuinely himself. And I mean, Andrew could be himself, who knows? But I just think that Rob is a little bit more genuine with his audience.
Yeah, absolutely. See, like,
maybe it's because he's smaller. Maybe it's because he's a smaller creator, right?
See, and I would say, like, for me, like, the only thing that I really preach when it comes to myself is meeting my commitments. You know, well, I don't preach, brother. I read it, and then, you know, I get other people to tell me.
I was making a joke based off of what Emmett said.
You know, genuinely, like when I say this is a Bible study, this is like I'm actually studying the thing. You know what I mean?
Brother, I'm with you. I was making a joke based on what Emmett was saying.
Yeah. But
because he was just like, oh yeah, I can't do this until I get converted. I was just like, dude, I don't think we're really preaching, but I understand.
But yeah, like a big thing I try to do is like meet up to all my commitments. So I would say that would be one thing where if I were to make any criticism, like Emmett's saying, that would probably be the biggest one. Like, because for me, I'm a big person on if I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it, right? And but that's more like personal for me. I would say if there was any genuine criticism of him, that would be it. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Like, you know, because not only are you committing to somebody else and you're upholding that commitment, but your entire audience want to see you engage. You know?
Yeah, it's disrespectful to the other person. Like, I mean, I know Jim Bob's never going to go like public and say something like this, but could you imagine that you have this religion debate set up against two Mormons and you know, one of the main guys that you enjoy, you know, creating content with just decides, I'm not going to show up, and sends you a guy that speaks at 1 word per minute. You know, like it's a completely different world. Like, don't get me wrong, the posh redneck, whatever his name is, like he is smart. It's very clear he's articulate, but he's no Andrew Wilson.
Yeah. And you know, that also fucks the host over as well.
Exactly. Yes, so, he's done. You know how many times he's done that to Sarah? Like, just in the time that I've seen at least 5 times, and he's also done it to Modern Day Debate, which I don't care because the guy who is on there is always so soy, anyways. But I don't know. Sarah's one of those people that like have put up a lot for a lot of people. She's done a lot of good for the space. So it just seems a little disingenuous to me.
I've only seen one debate on Modern Day Debate, and I got to say, like, the debate that I did see, and I can't even tell you who it was. Like, it was a while ago. But the only debate that I did see, he was actually, like, a good moderator. It seemed like he wasn't, he didn't step outside of being, like, a neutral force. So, No, he's a good moderator, but I'm talking about the guy being as soy as he is when he's communicating with people. Like one of the ones that I watched where Andrew didn't show up, he actually badmouthed Andrew about that, like live on stream. Which I understand the sentiment behind being upset because Andrew didn't show up, but the level of pathetic nature that you have to go on stream, like whenever someone has replaced Andrew and the debate is still happening, for you to run your mouth about that creator that's not there, it just seems really soft in my mind. Well, so there's that, right? And I can understand that. I would say, you know, if someone makes a commitment to you like that and you set something up and people have, your entire audience has an expectation of seeing something that you've set up ahead of time, and then someone cancels on you. That's like, okay, for instance, right? Like one of my only 2 VODs that I've posted, like videos on my channel, there's the lower class take on big pharma and government, and then the other one is it even possible to get sober? Is it possible to get sober? That was a Twitch stream that I did when I kind of like tried to rebrand the stream and do more like recovery style content of getting off drugs. And specifically that one was, I had a guy who had like 11 years sober, and like after he had gotten off of his DOC, he scheduled, or he had gotten like, he's going for his doctorate essentially, right? Like this guy's like in his 40s getting his doctorate. And I had a lot of respect for the dude, and he wasn't busy. He didn't have anything going on. And then literally 15 minutes before the stream, he canceled on me and then has not talked to me since. So
that's just stupid.
Yeah. So it's just the kind of thing where it was like, fuck.
Did you go on stream afterwards and badmouth him?
No, I didn't. No,
That's my point. That's my point.
Fair.
That's my point. It's not that you're upset, and rightfully so. Now, again, more context for the situation. Andrew doesn't have a lot of respect for modern day debate or how it's run. Andrew doesn't have to put his debates on those platforms. Anybody would beg for an opportunity to moderate a debate with Andrew Wilson and would gladly take the chance of him not showing up. The reason that I say it's an issue is because whenever he's affording you the opportunity, there was still more people watching that debate, even though Andrew Wilson didn't show up, than ever would have shown up to watch that debate otherwise. So that's
Robert
like
Whaley, thanks for jumping in, bro. Always good to see you. Always good to see you. Thanks for jumping in, man. I appreciate it.
You don't bite the hand that feeds you, man. You don't bite the hand that feeds you. If you think it's feeding you. Like, I would never come at you this way because I had a disagreement with you. At the end of the day, I wouldn't come on your platform and try to badmouth you or badmouth your platform, right? Like, I might have a disagreement and not like something that Jess does, but I'm not sitting here saying, oh man, people shouldn't go there, or she's a terrible mom. Like, I'm not saying any of those things, right? Like, it doesn't matter how I feel about it. That's not in my purview to sit here and say shit like that. And I think it was very, very disrespectful of him to sit there and run his mouth about Andrew, on stream at least.
Yeah. To a large degree, I don't, like, if I were to invite someone onto the panel and I don't think this is going to happen, but this is a hypothetical, right? So let's say we schedule something for you and Emmett to come on and debate, and you didn't show up one day, right?
Sure.
I don't have a lot resting on the line with that. That's not a diss or anything, but like, I don't have, this isn't like a form of income for me. This isn't something I'm like relying on. And if you were not to show up, it's not going to harm me that bad. So, of course, I'm not going to talk mess about you. From the way I'm just looking at this is, I don't know what it's like to have that happen when I'm not... I'm a master debater, so I won't show up. So I don't understand the how... I can't put myself in his shoes, right? Like, I could see what it would be like in my imagination, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's what it is actually.
No, I agree. I understand that. But I think that we can all understand what it's like to have someone that we were counting on, or depending on, not show up for their, like, I would say that you don't have to equate it in the sense that your money is dependent on it as far as the panel's concerned or as far as the debate's concerned. I would say it's no different really than like if it happened in real life. Like, I mean, logically speaking. And it's just, in my mind, it's just always bad form, because it's not like he wouldn't do another debate and show up for that debate, and that debate would make you a lot of money, right? Like, it's not, but when you do stuff like that, you're basically saying that you don't care if he does that. You want to disrespect him anyway.
Yeah, and you're hurting business for someone as well, right?
Exactly.
So along those lines, see, I'm very, I don't know why I can do this, and this isn't like look at me, this is just how it is. I can separate like my personal opinion and my personal feelings of someone from like a business sense, right? Like, I have friends who curveballs is coming at you, busting shots.
Cool.
But no, so I can separate like my personal feelings and my personal relationships from people away from my business relationship with people. So I have friends who are still very good friends, and I don't have I just don't have anything to do with them business wise, right? Like
Exactly.
In freight, this is a very like cutthroat industry, and there's been friends who like I've caught trying to what they call back solicit, where I brought them in, they tried to steal my customer. My customer reaches out to me and go, "Hey, the guy who was working with you, he's trying to pull me on as a customer," and I go, "Okay, I'm not working with this guy anymore." Right? We're still friends, but I will never do any kind of business. They'll never know any kind of customers that I have.
Yep.
You know,
and that's construction too. Well, I mean, I ran my own business for a very, very long time, and it was very similar to that. I've had that issue with family. I've had that issue with friends. So it's like you have to separate. So that's why it's like for me, this isn't really a business. Like for me, this is something that I'm enjoying doing. This is something that I'm trying to have fun with. So at the end of the day, like I don't mind, making friends or having friends or even having my friends come around the space. The problem would become when people do different things to just try to disrespect someone so that they can get entertainment for other people.
Yeah,
and that's something that's like I could put up with that. I just don't want to.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I got too much that I'm doing.
All right, so today, verse of the day today, guys, is going to be, "For the Lord loves the just and will not forsake his faithful ones. They will be protected forever." So that's Psalms 37:28. Let me go ahead and get all of Psalm 37 up, just so we can read the entire thing and I can get the full context. Like I said, I'm no biblical scholar. I would like to
Curveball, I don't think you actually know what you're talking about, by the way. I left the panel. I didn't get kicked. I think you might be mentally retarded.
Hey, brother, if you guys would like to talk about that off stream, that's great, but now's not the time for drama.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I do understand. Nothing against it. You guys can hash that out. I don't have anything to do with that. Neither does my channel. I want to make that very clear.
Well, hey, I mean, next time say that when he comes and says it in the chat.
Well, see, chat's one thing, but on video, you know what I mean? Like, I don't necessarily have to engage with chat. You know what I'm saying? Like,
understand? I mean, you technically did by saying, "Oh, he's firing shots." I just hadn't read it yet.
That's fair. That's a good point. I'm sorry.
Yeah, otherwise I literally wouldn't have engaged with it, to be honest with you.
I was wrong there. You're right. Nope.
We're both wrong.
You're right there. You're right. I was wrong. All right,
It's
let me go ahead and
bro.
take this
I
down.
ain't sweating.
All right.
I ain't sweating, bro.
All right, so Psalm
I'm here to have fun.
All right, so of David, Psalms 37. "Do not fret because of those who are evil, or be envious of those who do wrong. For like the grass they will soon wither, like green plants they will soon die away. Trust in the Lord and do good." See, this to me right here, these first two verses right here, to me, I've seen this play out in my own life, and I could be interpreting this wrong. Okay. Oh, let me pull that up. Sorry. So I could be interpreting this wrong. Emmett, good to see you, man. Come back whenever, bro. You're always welcome, dude. I could be interpreting this wrong, but from my own experience, what this seems like in just a very simple way is, don't worry about people who do bad things, because that problem will solve itself, right? Like, God will take care of it. So here, give me just a sec. I gotta respond to this text message. But yeah, man, sorry about that. Like, I didn't even think of the fact that I was the one that had engaged with it first. It completely slipped my mind. So I do want to say,
okay, man. It's okay.
Genuinely, I apologize, because you're right. Yeah, 100%.
That's all good, bro. That's why I thought that it wasn't that big of a deal that I responded, to be completely honest with you. I don't care either way. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like this person. I mean, Curveball is someone who's always doing this, has been doing it the whole time, because they're disingenuous and they don't know how to argue or debate. So they try to start these issues. I don't mind it. I think it's funny. But, like, I wouldn't have even paid it any attention.
Fair. Yeah. No, that's totally on me, bro. Like seriously.
That's okay, bro.
I should have done that. I'm still learning myself, bro. You know what I
Me
mean? I'm still
too.
learning myself.
Me too. It's okay.
All right. So, verse 3: Trust in the Lord and do good. Dwell in the land and enjoy safe pasture. Take delight in the Lord, and He will give you the desires of your heart.
Mhm.
See, that's one where I could see how people could misinterpret this really bad, because for me, right, when I take delight in Jesus, the desires of my heart are not the same as they are when I'm not taking delight in Jesus, right?
Yeah, I agree.
That's a big thing right there. And like, just for me, that's the kind of stuff where, that's the kind of stuff where I can misinterpret things just as much as anybody else. And I'm not
Absolutely.
a biblical scholar. I don't know these things so, deeply or anything. So when I look through this and I read through this, I want everyone to be very conscious of the fact that I'm just reading through and learning myself, right? And so if I make mistakes, which I'm bound to do at least.
Yeah, when you make mistakes, you mean. When you make mistakes.
Yeah. When I make mistakes, I'm bound to do that at some point, like multiple
absolutely.
points.
Absolutely.
I just want everyone to know that, like, it's not coming from like any point of authority. I don't know these things. I'm still just learning. I'm very new to this, At least
I'm learning right there with you.
Right. From my perspective, I'm very new to this.
Me too.
I've been starting to move towards Jesus for a year now, roughly, and to me, that's I'm a baby to all this stuff. So commit your way to the Lord. Trust in Him, and He will do this. He will make your righteous reward shine like the dawn, your vindication like the noonday sun. Be still before the Lord and wait patiently for Him. Do not fret when people succeed in their ways, when they carry out their wicked schemes. Oh yeah. That's a good one. Yeah. Sit back, wait for God, stay in God's path. When people do bad things, just don't worry about it, even if they get good from it, because that happens in this world. Refrain from anger and turn from wrath. Do not fret, it leads only to evil. For those who are evil will be destroyed, but those who hope in the Lord will inherit the land. Ooh, yeah.
That's a good
little.
quote.
Go ahead. What were you saying?
No, I just think that was a really that part of the quote was really good.
Dude, Psalms is
yeah.
Psalms. That's home runs, dude.
Yeah,
that's Barry Bonds and Sammy Sosa, man, just cranking them out of the park. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A little while, and the wicked will be no more. Though you look for them, they will not be found. But the meek will inherit the land and enjoy peace and prosperity. The wicked plot against the righteous and gnash their teeth at them. But the Lord laughs at the wicked, for He knows their day is coming. Yeah. It is interesting, dude. Like, so much of this stuff happens, and you can see it happen.
Yeah.
Like, the righteous... people who are righteous in society, the wicked do gnash their teeth. Right?
Of course.
That's how I look at the media. Like, the media is wicked thing. Mainstream media, right? It is. They are the mouthpiece for the most wicked in society.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's obvious. I mean, you see like how we were talking about Andrew Wilson. See him whenever he's on like Piers Morgan, for instance. You see all the talking heads that are on there that are just, oh my God, he's horrible. He's a bad Christian. Like, very similar to what was being argued last night by Octavius about how he's a bad Christian. It's just really funny that like people who have no righteousness genuinely believe that it's okay to attack somebody else for their beliefs.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. The wicked draw the sword and bend the bow to bring down the poor and needy. Ooh, dang, son. To slay those whose ways are upright. But their swords will pierce their own hearts, and their bows will be broken. Better the little that the righteous have than the wealth of many wicked. For the power of the wicked will be broken, but the Lord upholds the righteous. The blameless spend their days under the Lord's care, and the inheritance will endure forever. In times of disaster they will not wither. In days of famine they will enjoy plenty. But the wicked will perish. The Lord's enemies are like the flowers of the field. They will be consumed, they will go up in smoke. The wicked borrow and do not repay, but the righteous give generously. Those the Lord blesses will inherit the land, but those he curses will be destroyed. The Lord makes firm steps of the one who delights in him. Though he may stumble, he will not fall, for the Lord upholds him with his hand. That is such a good verse right there, dude. And I see this. This is happening right now in my life. You know what I mean? This is like I have some pretty rough things going on right now, and I'm staying with God. This is my stumble, but I'm not falling. God is God is leading me through everything I need to be led through right now.
Yeah, me too. I'm in the same boat.
That's just how like helpful faith is in my life at the present time. Like the closer I get with God, the closer I stay with God. It's not that like my situations are changing, because my situation hasn't changed, but I'm getting through it. And I'm trying not to, don't get me wrong. Like, me and you, bro, we talked on the phone. I freak out about this. Ashton, what's up, my brother? Good to see you, my man. Good to see you, dude. Good. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Please jump in at any point.
Absolutely.
But, we talked on the phone. I was freaking out the other day. Genuinely, like, I was scared.
I know. I heard it in your voice, and it sucks, like, especially when you're talking to a friend. Like, I'm in a very similar boat, but for different reasons. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I can't really offer you anything other than just being there, Like, it's an unfortunate circumstance, and that's like, I'm in the same boat. I'm sitting there praying and trying to, figure things out myself, too.
Yeah.
Trying to stay positive. That's the key to it, is to try to use that as a tool to keep yourself, positive through the whole thing, because the more negative you are, the more of that negative energy you're going to bring around.
Well, and just knowing, dude, and like giving up the idea that I myself in this moment can change this situation. That's the thing that's really scared me, man, is like there's a feeling of, I'm a man, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I want to be able to, yes, bro, exactly, Ashton, exactly. But I'm a man, and I want to be able to say that I'm the one that changed this situation. And the position that I'm in right now is I literally can't do anything. I can't go out and get a job. I can't walk for too long, or my knee starts to ache, right?
Yeah.
And not aching like I can take a Tylenol and it's all better. It starts to ache and get like shift and get unstable to where if I continue to walk on it, I could seriously damage it, and then I'll be fucked for who knows how long.
Yeah.
I'm still a month out from my MRI, and that's not a victim thing, right? Like, I don't want to be a victim to that, but that's what God does for me, is instead of me living in this mindset where I can't do this and I can't do that and I can't do this and this is happening and yada 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 yada, what my relationship to God does for me is it keeps me centered and grounded, so I can focus on the thing that's right in front of me, and I can move forward in that. That's it. That's why that's why God is so important to me.
Yeah. No, and that's what I was saying to you. That's why I was talking to you about that situation that I found myself in with that lady. And it's funny because of all of this, and then end up having a conversation about it with Brood Crab and running through the logic while talking, the Bible, and it just kind of clicked in my head that it was time for me to just pack that up and realize that it's probably not good for me. And it's hard because it was more of like a safety net for me. So that way, when I was feeling a certain way, I knew I had that person back there always just in the background. But like, no matter what, it wasn't real. And it was also not good for my relationship with God. And I think that that's probably the most important thing to like hammer down and to keep focused on,
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Hold on, my camera's all fucked up. Give me just a second.
Well, hey, that this stuff just means that me and you can do some stuff here in this space and it's probably going to be good. Like yesterday, the town hall was great. And I think that that's essentially, and again, this isn't about shade or anything. So make sure that you're actually listening to the part that matters. There, I would say that that was a big part in why I made the decision to just leave the panel for good and just to be done with that. Because I realized how good and how positive it could actually be in the space and not centered around drama, right? Because like the drama is entertaining in the sense that it gets more eyes on you, right? But like it also takes away parts of your soul, especially the parts that I'm trying to rebuild right now, like the whole reason I'm doing this. And that's why I like the idea of what we were doing and what I think that we can do. And especially, you know, you got people like Abe. Abe's also got really, really great positive panels where people can be constructive or constructively argumentative, but it's not really necessarily about, you know, anything personal, you know?
Yeah. No, for sure. For sure. Yeah. Ashton, you know, I have thought that's definitely something that could be possible. My thing is, to me, I don't want to try to interpret anything about God's will because I have no fucking idea what God has in store for me, right? And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying, like, I've thought that too. My thing is, I don't want to go about this whole YouTube thing with any kind of false ideas because, like, I'm kind of crazy. Okay, I'll be straight up with you. I have bipolar, so sometimes when I get certain ideas in my head and thoughts in my head, my actions follow directly into those thoughts. And I don't want to go into this YouTube thing with any kind of idea that, like, this is what God has in store for me, because that could ruin the way that I go about the channel.
Why not?
Right?
Why not?
Because I don't know what God wants. Bottom line.
You know, no, okay, but how are you ever going to know unless you have faith in it? Ashton brings up a good point in my mind because, like, you have no idea that this could be what God has in store for you. That's the point.
I have so this is what I know, right?
Okay.
And this is coming from a point of gratitude. I know God is the reason why I started this channel, and I'm grateful for everything God has done for me up to this point. I have no idea about the future, and
sure,
God has put all of this, all of you in chat, Ashton, Curveballs, Emmett, U-Base Tweaker, Robert Whaley. He's put all of y'all in my life. Gorilla Biscuits. He's put all of this in my life.
Yeah.
For a reason. So I will take right now, in this moment, in this present moment. What's up, Rude Crab? Rude Crab's another one. God put you in my life, Rude Crab.
Yeah, same thing for me, but that's what I was telling you.
He's put all of this together in my life. So I'm going to take the present moment and just be grateful for everything that I have in this present moment, instead of trying to see what could possibly be, right? And that's like that goes back to what I was saying, where like my relationship with God helps me to do that. It helps me to become grateful for what I have, and it helps me to look at what is right in front of me right now.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I think I was trying to say that, like, God definitely put you in front of me. Otherwise, I never would have done this. And then through your idea of, you know, having a Bible study, for instance, it did prompt a conversation, an uncomfortable conversation that I don't really particularly like having with people that I don't really particularly know. And so I mentioned some of it because I felt like it was, you know, it was a part of what we were talking about with repentance that day. And then I had a long conversation with Rude Crab that basically ended up with him saying, yeah, you've already made up your mind, so there's nothing that's going to come of this. And I sat there and thought about that for like an hour. And I realized, I was like, I didn't make up my mind. Actually, my mind was made up for me. I never had one conscious decision or thought in that. I just kind of let it go and let it play out the way it was going to play out, thinking that it was good for me. And then the more I started thinking about it, the more I started interacting with her, I was like, yeah, I'm done. I don't want this anymore.
Yeah.
So I owe the people that God has put in my path, I think that kind of showed me, even if they didn't make the decision for me, obviously. It's just one of those things that I think that even though it's going to be hard, even though it's going to hurt, even though I don't really have that avenue for, you know, relieving the stress that I have in my day to day, I think it's probably for the better. And I thank God for that.
Yeah. I mean, That's really what it comes down to. Ashton said, I mean, I know the struggle is real. Trust me, not working and taking care of yourself is key, but maybe this is a challenge he's throwing at you to help you through a better path. Yeah, no, 100%. 100%. I'm not saying he's not, right, Ashton? So I'm not refuting what you're saying. I'm specifically talking for me personally. I have some mental issues, right? Like I said, I'm kind of crazy, and seriously, and like if I start to go down any kind of like thought patterns that go, God wants me for this, my brain will take that to the fucking extreme. It does it every single time.
Yep.
So instead, what I can do that I know will not lead me in a bad path is look at what God has done for me right now and where I am right now and be grateful in that, and then just take things piece by piece by piece by piece by piece. Because I have, remember how, like, and I've said this before on the channel, like I don't have any delusions of grandeur about the channel. So the reason I said that is because like when I leave my mind unchecked, I do get delusions of grandeur. I can get really delusional really, really fast. And I don't want to do that, right? Like I want to curveballs, that's fine, man. I don't want anything to do with drama. You're always welcome on the channel. If you feel like it's a good time for you to come on, I don't have any problems with you. We're all good, man. Everything's fine.
Are beliefs all equal? That's a good question.
Emmett, is belief always belief? Is a belief that I need coffee in the morning equal to a faith in God, or are beliefs all equal? I mean, who knows, Rude? You know what I mean? Who knows? I don't know. I can't answer that question. I know you're talking to Emmett there, but what I'm saying is, like, for me, the beliefs that I hold and the things that I do on a day-to-day basis with those beliefs works for me. I can't speak for anybody else. I don't want to speak for anybody else, right? Like, I want to make it very clear, just so everyone's aware. I'm not doing this to prove or disprove anything. I'm doing this to learn and to make my own life better and potentially help someone else make theirs better. And potentially does a lot of fucking work there. That's a lot of heavy lifting done by that word. Because, if I can help one person, which from what people have said, I have already, but if I can help people with this thing, that's the fattest W possible. Regardless of whether this becomes something that I do for a living or full time, that's my entire goal with this, is to help myself and to help someone else. If something comes to that, great, perfect, that's amazing, right? But that's my whole goal with this thing. Anyway, so let me get back into. I think
you're going to get good things from this, dude. I think you're going to get good things from this lower class. I do,
man. We'll see what God has in store, but I'm grateful for everything He's done so far. I've already gotten some really good things from this. All right, so I want to go over this one again, dude. Psalms 37:23. I think that's the verse of the day, isn't it? No, 37:28. Okay, so we're getting to the verse of the day here. But man, this is just so hard. The Lord makes firm steps of the ones who delights in Him. Though he may stumble and fall, he will not. Or though he may stumble, he will not fall. For the Lord upholds him with His hand. And like I was saying, man, like that's happening right now in my life. I'm chasing this path, and I'm going through a lot of hardship right now. And this has given me the ability to seek for direction instead of seeking for a solution that I can't even uphold myself. I can't do anything about the situation that I'm in right now. And there's an element of me that feels helpless because I want to be a man and fix it, but I can't, right? So all I can do is sit back and let this thing play out the way it plays out. I was young and now I am old, yet I have seen the righteous forsaken and their children begging bread. They are always generous and lend freely. Their children will be a blessing. See, this is something I saw in my grandmother growing up. we did not have a lot of money. She broke her neck in 1983, and she broke her neck in 1983, right? Oh, hold on, Ashton. I see that. Scott, welcome in, brother. Good to see you, my man. Always good to see you, bro. Glad you can make it in, dude. She broke her neck in 1983, had serious pain issues my entire life. Because, like, back in the 80s, they did, like, fusions they would do in the neck. Like, the fusion she got in her neck was done with some kind of cement. Like, it wasn't fucking Quickcrete, right? But it was, like, bone cement or something. And that gave her really bad issues with her nerves. Like, she would get terrible cramps in her hands and in her legs and stuff. I'm talking, like, I'd get woken up in the middle of the night with her, like, crying because of how painful they were. It wasn't every single night, but every once in a while that would happen, you know? And still, she was a generous, loving person that looked for the good in everybody. Like, she was everything that I would love to emulate in my own life, no matter how bad things got, you know? Ashton, I'm gonna listen in, and so help me Lord, if I gotta put the dad hat on and put fucker in timeout, I will. Today is the Lord's day, so breathe out our... I don't know if you meant to say that one, but... Oh, yeah. Okay. I don't want to read into that. I'm sorry, guys. I don't want to engage with any drama that's going on in chat. You guys can handle that. I don't have an issue.
That's why I'm not saying it out loud. That's why I'm typing it, so that way you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. No,
I'm trying to be respectful of your platform.
No, dude. I appreciate you for that. But you guys are more than welcome to hash out any kind of drama in chat. I don't care. As long as you keep it TOS, we're good.
I just don't like when people lie. I'm a very honest person. I'm one of the most non-dishonest people. I have no issues admitting when I've crashed out. And I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't bother me one bit at all. You know what I'm saying? I'm here because I want to be.
Yeah. So I'm going to keep reading. Turn from evil and do good, and then you will dwell in the land forever. For the Lord loves the just and will not forsake his faithful ones. Wrongdoers will be completely destroyed. The offspring of the wicked will perish. The righteous will inherit the land and dwell in it forever. The mouths of the righteous utter wisdom, and their tongues speak what is just. The law of their God is in their hearts. Their feet do not slip. Ooh, let me read that one again. The mouths of the righteous utter wisdom, and their tongues speak what is just. The law of their God is in their hearts. Their feet do not slip. So this up here, 27, right? This was... Turn from evil and do good, then you will dwell in the land forever, for the Lord loves the just and will not forsake his faithful ones. So he's essentially, right, the context behind the verse of the day today. Let me go ahead and... Jessica, how are you doing today, man? Good to see you. Yeah. So verse of the day today was here. Let me go ahead and share that one back up. 1 second. Getting all this taken.
By the way, hello, Jessica.
Well, that's not Jess White. That's a different Jessica.
I know, Jessica B. I know who that is.
Okay.
I've talked to them in every single stream I've ever been in.
Thanks for stopping in, Jessica. I really appreciate it. For real. So this was, like, we had just read that, for the Lord loves the just and will not forsake his faithful ones. They will be protected forever. Huge. And, you know, like, for some people, when they look at it, they might think you'll be forsaken equates to bad things happening in during life. And I don't look at it like that, you know. Like, kind of like what Ashton was saying earlier. This is a challenge. It's a trial. It's a tribulation, right? Like, this is something that's going to happen during life that I can choose what direction to go in from this. I can chase God. I can look towards Jesus. I can move towards my heart, or I could go in the opposite direction, and I can be a victim to it. that's, for me, right? I'd say that's the difference between belief and faith. You know, beliefs can be smashed very easily. I have beliefs that and I get those changed constantly. Faith is completely different. Faith is a foundation by which I move forward in life, and faith is behind my actions, where belief and action are two completely different things, right? That's why they say faith without works is dead. I can't have faith if I don't act on a belief, right? Like, that's the faith. But belief, I can believe, the sky's red. Like right now, the sky, it's always red. It's typically red. I go outside, smashed. It's done. The sky's not red, right? You can split hairs and say, well, it can be red, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about in a general sense, right? Technically, the sky's not blue. Technically, it's black, empty space, and the only reason we see blue is because of the reflection of water, from what I was told in school, right? I could be wrong about this, but the reason we see it as blue is because of the reflection of water in the atmosphere. So the thing itself is not blue, but that's just how we perceive it, right? So anyway, I'll go ahead and take verse of the day down. And then let's get into some scripture. I kind of want to finish reading Psalms 37, honestly. Then I'm going to move on to James. I want to read James 2 and 3. I think there's only 3 chapters of James. Maybe 5 chapters of James. I'm not sure. But the righteous will inherit the land and dwell in it forever. The mouths of the righteous utter wisdom, and their tongues speak what is just. The law of their God is in their hearts. Their feet do not slip. The wicked lie in wait for the righteous, intent on putting them to death. But the Lord will not leave them in the power of the wicked, or let them be condemned when brought to trial. Hope in the Lord and keep his way. He will exalt you to inherit the land. When the wicked are destroyed, you will see it. That's happening right now, everybody. The wicked are getting destroyed, and we're seeing it. They're making a big show of these wicked people being taken out. I've seen a wicked and ruthless man flourishing like a luxuriant native tree. But he soon passed away and was no more. Though I looked for him, he could not be found. Consider the blameless, observe the upright. A future awaits those who seek peace. But all sinners will be destroyed, for there will be no future for the wicked, or posterity for the wicked. The salvation of the righteous comes from the Lord. He is their stronghold in time of trouble. The Lord helps them and delivers them. He delivers them from the wicked and saves them, because they take refuge in him. All right, let's go to James. Okay, that's favoritism. We read that one last week. Taming the tongue. I'd like to go over this one again. We can definitely read some Psalms, dude. I'd like to all right, yes, faith without works is dead, meaning without living in your daily life, it will die if not practiced. Correct. Yes. Yes, 100%. I knew what you meant there, Scott. I knew what you meant. I'm definitely down to read some Psalms, Ashton, for sure. Logic has something called entitlements you should probably learn before you... Oh, yeah. You guys are more than welcome to debate and chat and do whatever.
Rude and Emmett having a domestic squabble between Emmett and Root Crab.
Oh, it's all good. Yeah, curveballs, man. I'm just a regular person. I have my own issues, just like everybody else. God is the reason I've gotten to where I am today, right? entirely. Hey, Abe Dinkus, welcome in, my dude. Thank you, brother.
What's up, Abe?
Always good to see you, my man. All right.
Abe, your panel was a hell of a panel, dude.
But the tongue can no man tame. It's an unruly evil full of deadly poison. Based. Absolutely based. We're about to read into that, bro. That's what I have up right now, dude. James. Yeah, James 3 is actually what we're looking at right now. All right. Let's get into James 3, man. I love the book of James. That's the only book in the Bible that I've read a couple times. I don't know it, like, word for word, but that's something that really, even as a secularist, this is stuff that you can utilize in your own life, you know? Which I'm not a secularist anymore, but I was for 31 years of my life, you know? Anyway, so James 3, Taming the Tongue. Not many of you should become teachers, my fellow believers, because you know that we who teach will be judged more strictly. We all stumble in many ways. Anyone who is never at fault in what they say is perfect, able to keep their whole body in check. When we put bits into the mouths of horses to make them obey us, we can turn the whole animal. Or take ships as an example. Although they are so large and are driven by strong winds, they're steered by a small rudder wherever the pilot wants to go. Likewise, the tongue is a small part of the body, but it makes great boasts. Consider what is a great forest is set on fire by a small spark. The tongue is also a fire, a world of evil among the parts of the body. It corrupts the whole body, sets the whole course of one's life on fire, and it is itself set on fire by hell. All kinds of animals, birds, reptiles, and sea creatures are being tamed and have been tamed by mankind, but no human being can tame the tongue. It's a restless evil full of deadly poison. With the tongue we praise our Lord and Father, and with it we curse human beings who have been made in God's likeness. Out of the same mouth come praise and cursing. My brothers and sisters, this should not be. Can both fresh water and salt water flow from the same spring? My brothers and sisters, can a fig tree bear olives or a grapevine bear figs? Neither can a salt spring produce fresh water. Who is wise and understanding amongst you? Let them show it by their good life, by deeds done and the humility and that comes from wisdom. But if you harbor bitter envy and selfish ambition in your hearts, do not boast about it or deny the truth. Such wisdom does not come down from heaven, but is earthly, unspiritual, demonic. For where you have envy and selfish ambition, there you find disorder and every evil practice. But the wisdom that comes from heaven is first of all pure. Then peace-loving, considerate, submissive, full of mercy and good fruit, impartial and sincere. Peacemakers who sow in peace reap a harvest of righteousness. Dude, this is so far, okay, this is my favorite book of the Bible. I haven't read a bunch of them. I do like Psalms, but James has been the most impactful in my life so far.
I know that it's not exactly along the lines with the passage, but I do think it's funny when you see the secular arguments and them discussing things. I just wanted to point out, it's like where he says, do you believe that you will wake up when you go to sleep? Do you have any proof that you will? No matter which way you look at it, about you waking up the next day, you either believe that you have a belief that it's going to happen, or you have faith that it's going to happen. No matter what, beliefs and faith are unavoidable.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%. These are good conversations that we can have on here. Absolutely. See, that's honestly, that's one of the reasons, like, not only I like you, Rude. You're great. Like, I like having you around because, like, me and you, like, have had some really good conversations, don't get me wrong. But another reason why I like having you around is you do bring the opposing ideas and you question things, and I love that. I love that. I'm just very glad to have you around, bro. That's what I'm trying to get at, dude. I'm very glad to have everyone around. Don't get me wrong, but you know, having people who don't necessarily subscribe to what I subscribe to is important for me. just in general. Hold on, I'm gonna answer this text and then I'll get back to it.
Well, constructive discussions and constructive criticism about your worldview is what helps strengthen your resolve, or helps you find parts of it that you were missing before. So, as long as it's not meant to be in bad faith or in bad spirits, there's nothing wrong with criticizing someone's beliefs.
Yeah, 100%.
How weak of a faith would you have if someone questioning your belief shakes your foundation like that?
Right.
Like, you should be able to be tested. That's the point.
Well, see, my thing is, right, like, I know where they come from. For most of my life, that's the way I believed. Like, that's the way I thought of things. You know what I mean? So it's just, like, for me, it really comes down to, like, my own personal experience over the last 7 years. That's really what it comes down to. Until 7 years ago, I don't want to say I was an atheist. I mean, I kind of, like, I lived like one, right? Where, like, I didn't believe in any kind of, like, creation or higher power or anything like that. I genuinely just thought I'm a stupid monkey on a floating rock that's flying through space. That's it. That was my entire belief on life, right? There was, like, I was a nihilist. There was no reason for anything. And I just had experiences in my life that weren't even necessarily, like, it wasn't like a supernatural thing, right? Genuinely, I have experienced nothing in my life that was, like, incredibly supernatural, and I don't attribute anything supernatural to events that happened in my life. To me, they're not supernatural, you know? Just these sudden changes that happened within me that I can't explain. Because I didn't consciously make those changes. They just happened. They were just made, right? Like, I was a very self-centered, inconsiderate person for a long period in my life, right? And the way that we understand the brain today, hold on.
I love watching the heretic argue in chat. Rude, you're so adorable.
Oh yeah. I love it. I'm glad to have those. You know what I mean? Here, hold on.
I mean, I was raised religious too, Rude, and I never followed it. I went against it for most of my life. I've only been back into it for about a year and a half. Being raised religious usually tends to force people away from it more than it does keep them there. Because, you know, when we're young, we want to rebel. We don't want to listen to reason or our parents and authority. We want to do what we want to do. It's kind of typical for most youth.
Yeah. So, Rude, Rude, I wasn't calling you an atheist. I was just saying, like, I understand where you're like questioning.
Oh, I called him a heretic. I said I love watching the heretic argue in chat. That's where he's responding to.
Yeah. All right. Curveballs. Have you read about the excellent wife, Proverbs 31:10-31? No, I can pull that up though. I haven't even started on this one, so let's see. See, that's one that I've heard a lot of good about, Proverbs, and I haven't read that. So I'd like to look into this. All right, you said Proverbs 31:10-31. The wife of noble character. Ooh. All right, yeah, we can read that. Let me finish this. Let me finish this text message real quick, and I'll get into this one. All right, Charlie, I don't know what you're barking at, buddy. There's no one here. Maybe I shifted the drawer and it knocked against it. Sorry, blah blah. All right. Okay.
Rude Crab is just a contrarian, Jessica. It doesn't matter what he believes in. He likes to argue with people about things just to argue with them. That's one of the reasons that he's so awesome.
All right, so let's get into this. Proverbs 31, 10 to 31. Rude, hey, whenever you want to jump in, like I know you're getting ready for work right now, but I'm gonna be streaming probably. I'm gonna see if I can go like actually until about 10 o'clock my time, which is about 6 more hours. So yeah, it's about like 5 hours and 45 minutes. I'm gonna try to keep this going for quite a bit, but dude, jump back in whenever. Same with you, Emmett. I know you're getting ready to go do something, or you're at work right now, and you know,
so am I.
Always down to have these kind of conversations, even on stream. All right, so curveballs.
I'm at work too.
Proverbs 31, 10 to 31. Okay, yeah, we're gonna go through this one right now. All right, so this is Proverbs 31. We're going 10 to 31. A wife of noble character who can find? She is worth far more than rubies. Based. Absolutely. Her husband has full confidence in her and lacks nothing of value. She brings in him good, not harm, all the days of her life. She selects wool and flax and works with eager hands. She's like the merchant ships bringing her food from afar. She gets up while it is still night. She provides food for her family and portions for her female servants. She considers a field and buys it. Out of her earnings, she plants a vineyard. She sets about her work vigorously. Her arms are strong for her tasks, and she sees that her trading is profitable, and her lamp does not go out at night. In her hand, she holds the distaff. Here, hold on. I don't know what that is. Let me look that up real quick. All right, it's a stick or spindle onto which wool or flax is wound for spinning. Oh, okay. So it's, yeah. Okay. So that's the thing that they roll everything onto, and then that goes into the spindle so they can utilize the wool or flax for, making whatever it may be. Okay. She holds in her hand. She holds the distaff and grasps the spindle with her fingers. She opens her arms to the poor and extends her hands to the needy. When it snows, she has no fear for her household, for all of them are clothed in scarlet. I wonder what that means. Hold on. Sorry. Text message.
I like this make-believe woman you're describing.
You talking to me?
Yeah. You're over here talking about the wife or whatever, like the description you're giving us. And I love the make-believe life that you're talking about.
Well, I'm just reading Proverbs, man. This is telling me what the wife of noble character.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. It was never mind. You missed the joke. It's all good.
Oh, sorry, bro. I'm having conversation with my family right now, and I'm trying to keep it even between both. So if I miss something or something goes over my head, I apologize. When it snows, she has no fear for her household, for all of them are clothed in scarlet. She makes coverings for her bed. She is clothed in fine linen and purple. Can somebody explain that to me?
Well, purple
Scarlet is
and
a
all
vivid
those
red
colors are
color.
extremely expensive because they were hard to make, so they were
Yeah.
worth a lot of money back then. They were basically
red.
demonstrating of like loyalty for those with a lot of money.
Yeah. Scarlet is a vivid red color derived from a dye made from the dried bodies of certain scale insects. In the Bible, scarlet clothing is often associated with wealth, luxury, and status. Okay, and then he's got another one coming too. All right.
There's been like that all throughout history.
Her husband is respected at the city gate, where he takes his seat among the elders of the land. She makes linen garments and sells them, and supplies the merchants with sashes. She's clothed with strength and dignity. She can laugh at the days to come. She speaks with wisdom, and faithful instruction is on her tongue. She watches over the affairs of her household and does not eat the bread of idleness. Her children arise and call her blessed, her husband also, and he praises her. Many women do noble things, but you surpass them all. Wow. Charm is deceptive and beauty is fleeting, but a woman who fears the Lord is to be praised. Honor her for all that her hands have done, and let her works bring her praise at the city gate. Based. I would love to have a woman like that. It's like that's something that would really be, yeah, that's something that would really, that's why I want to find a wife in the church, man. You know, like when I get drunk and I go out to the bar, which I haven't done in a while, but when I get drunk and I go out to the bar, that's not what I'm finding out there. I'm not finding anyone godly. I'm not finding anyone that that wants to be in a relationship with some form of like value give and take, right? I'm finding people that they either want to utilize what I have, or they just want to fuck, like straight up. That's it. You know, I'm not finding anything of value at the bar, and that's you know. That's why, like, when I go to the bar, I don't go to the bar to find someone. I go to the bar to get drunk, and then shit just happens. I'm not necessarily proud of that, but that's why I'm working on ending that. You know?
Yeah, you're not gonna find that in the bar ever.
100%. All right. Submit yourselves to God. What causes fights and quarrels among you? Don't they come from your desires that battle within you? You desire but do not have, so you kill. You covet but you cannot get what you want, so you quarrel and fight. You do not have because you do not ask God. When you ask, you do not receive, because you ask with wrong motives, that you may spend what you get on your pleasures. Based. Absolutely based. You adulterous people, don't you know that friendship with the world means enmity against God? Therefore, anyone who chooses to be a friend of the world becomes an enemy of God. Or do you think Scripture says, without reason, that he jealously longs for the Spirit he has caused to dwell in us? But he gives us more grace. This is why Scripture says, God opposes the proud but shows favor to the humble. Submit yourselves then to God. Resist the devil and he will flee from you. Come near to God, and he will come near to you. Wash your hands, you sinners, and purify your hearts, you double-minded. Grieve, mourn, and wail. Change your laughter to mourning and your joy to gloom. Humble yourselves before the Lord, and he will lift you up. Brothers and sisters, do not slander one another. Anyone who speaks against a brother or sister or judges them speaks against the law and judges it. When you judge the law, you are not keeping it, but sitting in judgment on it. There's only one lawgiver and judge, the one who is able to save and destroy. But you, who are you to judge your neighbor? Now listen, you who say, today or tomorrow we will go to this or that city, spend a year there, carry on business and make money. Why do you not even know that what will happen tomorrow? What is your life? You are a mist that appears for a little while and then vanishes. Instead, you ought to say, if it is the Lord's will, we will live and do this or that. As it is, you boast in your arrogant schemes. All such boasting is evil. If anyone then knows the good they ought to do and doesn't do it, it is sin for them. So what this is saying is, if you know you need to do something good and you don't do it, that's a sin in and of itself. And that's fair, man. There's been times when I knew I needed to do something and I didn't do it, and it fucking dragged me down, man. Zen, dude, what's up, dude? How you doing, man? Thanks for stopping in, bro. I appreciate you, dude.
I was wishing I had the ability to pull those up. That way, when you're reading, I could just pull them up so that you can see.
All right. So, getting into James 5, and then we'll see where things go from here. Where is Big Soda? Where the fuck is Big Soda, guys?
That's what I was saying.
Somebody call Big Soda and tell him to get in here. I miss Big Soda, man. All right. Warning to rich oppressors. Now listen, you rich people, weep and wail because of the misery that is coming on you. Your wealth has rotted and moths have eaten your clothes. Your gold and silver are corroded. Their corrosion will testify against you and eat your flesh like fire. You have hoarded wealth in the last days. Look, the wages you failed to pay the workers who mowed your fields are crying out against you. The cries of the harvesters have reached the ears of the Lord Almighty. You have lived on earth in luxury and self-indulgence. You have fattened yourselves in the days of slaughter. You have condemned and murdered the innocent one who was not opposing you. Be patient then, brothers and sisters, until the Lord's coming. See how the farmer waits for the land to yield its valuable crop, patiently waiting for the autumn and spring rains. You too, be patient and stand firm, because the Lord's coming is near. Don't grumble against one another, brothers and sisters, or you will be judged. The judge is standing at the door. Brothers and sisters, as an example of patience in the face of suffering, let the prophets who spoke in the name of the Lord. Take the prophets who spoke in the name of the Lord. As you know, we count as blessing those who have been preserved. Is that preserved or persevered? Oh, sorry. As you know, we count as blessed those who have persevered. Excuse me. You have heard of Job's perseverance and have seen what the Lord finally brought about. The Lord is full of compassion and mercy. Above all, my brothers and sisters, do not swear, not by heaven or by earth or by anything else. All you need to say is a simple yes or no. Otherwise, you will be condemned. The prayer of faith. Is anyone among you in trouble? Let them pray. Is anyone happy? Let them sing songs of praise. Is anyone among you sick? Let them call the elders of the church to pray over them and anoint them with oil in the name of the Lord. And the prayer offered in faith will make the sick person well. The Lord will raise them up. If they have sinned, they will be forgiven. Therefore, confess your sins to each other and pray for each other so that you may be healed. The prayer of the righteous person is powerful and effective. Elijah was a human being, even as we are. He prayed earnestly that it would not rain, and it did not rain on the land for 3.5 years. Again he prayed, and the heavens gave rain, and the earth produced its crops. My brothers and sisters, if one of you should wander from the truth and someone should bring that person back, remember this: whoever turns a sinner from their error of their way will save them from a death and cover over a multitude of sins. See, that one's tough for me because I can't speak for anybody else, right? But I know for me, there's nothing that I can do to change someone else's mind. It wasn't somebody who convinced me to move towards this life. Like, I made this choice all on my own, right? I had a lot of respect for people who chose this way of life before, like, even before I started chasing Jesus. Like, when I had a relationship with a higher power, I had respect for people who did this and who, like, truly dedicated their life to it. But they weren't the ones that made me choose this way. Like, I had seen my value structures had already lined up with this, and that was the thing that attracted me to it, right?
Well, yeah, you can be attracted to, you can be talked to about it, you can be educated on it. Technically, you really can't make anybody do anything, and even if you like physically force them to do it, the moment you stop physically forcing them, they're just going to stop doing it anyway.
Right, exactly. You know, that's like when you look at like the Inquisition, or when you look at like the Inquisition, and any kind of like state forced religious practice, exactly like you just said, the second you stop forcing them, they're going to stop buying in. They're going to stop being a part. You know what I mean? So,
I mean, knowing about God and being true to yourself in the sense that you have a relationship with God is probably the only way that you're going to understand the idea of expressing your free will to begin with. Like, you get the concept of it, kind of, like, just baseline, but it's not until you're really following God, in my perspective, that you understand how important the concept of that free will really is.
Yeah. All right. So that's it for the book of James.
I will say I do think it's wild that Corey isn't here. Normally, he's already up in this by now.
Yeah.
Because typically I'll start it off with you, and then I'll go AFK or listen instead of talking because I'm at work, right? So yeah. I'm kind of waiting for my shift to be over and for his shift to start. You know what I'm saying?
Right, I'm clocking out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm going on break. I gotta go to work. I'm okay with forcing people. Maybe they died being forced, and thanks to that, they actually go to heaven. Okay, so but you can't force people. I mean, if you're a Christian, then you know damn well that you can't force someone to have a relationship or repent. And if they're not repenting genuinely on their own volition, you're not sending them anywhere.
Well, it's the faith in Jesus Christ that gets us to heaven. So you can like force someone to say that, and you can force someone to act in a certain way, but if they don't actually believe it,
exactly,
then they're gonna go to hell anyway, right?
He said, "Oh yeah, sure, I can." LMAO. I think that you need to study more of the Bible, bro.
No, he's more on the fucking Queen Isabella side of things. He's giving me some Inquisition vibes right there.
I love you and all, Emmett, but I'm starting to see what Rude Crab means when he calls you. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, he's totally. No, it's not. It's not, Scott. Like unless you're talking about inward force, where you force yourself to believe something, because you can.
You can force a belief. No, you can force a belief. You just can't force faith. That's the problem. And if you don't have faith, then you're not going to heaven.
I don't see. I don't know that though, because like
Stockholm syndrome is a good example. If you want me to demonstrate it.
yeah, but that doesn't work for everybody. Those are kind of
No,
specific
it does.
instances.
But no, it does work for everybody. You just have to apply it the same way. I'm saying that, like, obviously we don't live in a society where they're doing that to us, but it would be very easy to, basically keep your entire citizenry under your thumb, controlling every thought that they have. I mean, look at a lot of these countries that were believing what they believed, and they were under an authoritarian regime. It's because it's the same similar concept of Stockholm syndrome. They start to believe it over time. Over time, they force themselves to believe it so that they can be happy. That's kind of what it really is.
Yeah. I mean, pure example of that is they had us. Hey, there's Big Soda, my
Finally.
dude. We were just talking about you, man. We were wondering where you were, bro. We missed.
Yeah,
you.
Corey, I was like, my ship. I was wondering when my ship was going to be over here and when your ship was going to start.
Yeah. That's so funny, man. Starting this thing, it was like I was even like, man, where's Corey, bro? Like, this is my show and my channel. Well, that's the thing. It's like, and I mean, you could say the same thing for North Korea, right, Emmett? Where
yeah, that's what I was saying too. I was already demonstrating that same thing, Emmett. But again, it's forced belief. It's not forced faith. If you don't have faith, you're not going to heaven. Period. Like,
hey,
so
it
right? Doesn't matter if you force the belief.
Is she okay? Is everything all right, my dude?
Yeah, I hope she's okay.
Sorry, I'll take that down. I'm gonna put you on blast on the channel. I apologize, bro.
Yeah, I was going to bring up something that Scott said earlier, but it wouldn't let me. So, something about how people forgetting how they are in church. I'm not on the clock.
Yeah, please, by all means, Emmett. I'd love to have you up and talk about that. Sounds like a good conversation, actually. GB, what's going on, my brother? Good to see you. Welcome back, dude. Welcome back. Salute, man. Salute, bro. Always good to see you, man. Corey, man, I hope everything goes okay, bro. That's terrible, man. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Here, we can take the verse of the day down. I'll start going through some other scripture. See, I guess I consider myself lucky in the respect that I wasn't raised in a secular household, but I wasn't raised in a household that required me to believe in anything, right? And I went through my own experiences and saw life from a certain perspective for a very long time. And then now, God has put me in a position to be attracted to this thing all on my own, that's why I'm so grateful on a day-by-day basis. It wasn't even that I chose to move towards this thing. That's just where the path that God has put me on in my life has driven me. No, it's okay, Emmett, bro. You can come up whenever you want, bro. Whenever you feel like it. Whenever you feel like it, come on up, dude. You're always welcome here, bro. But this is where the path has led me, right? 7 years ago, I submitted to the idea that there's something greater than me. I had believed that I was essentially the god of my own world, right? Like, not that I controlled everything, but I was the main character, you know? Like, the spotlight shined on me. Based. Absolutely based, Curve. Yes, sir. 100%. But, you know, that's how I lived my life. I was the main character. When bad things happened, it was the bad things happening to me, right? It was how I was affected by everything. That was the totality of anything that happened in my life and my thought process, right? It all revolved around me. What I could get, what I couldn't get, all of that. And, you know, 7 years ago, I had submitted to the idea that I'm not the main character of this world. I'm not the main character in this life, you know? There's something much, much greater than me. And that made so much of a difference in my life. You know what I mean? That one thing was monumental in changing the course of everything, you know? When it came to what I believe in, the way I act on a day-by-day basis, the way I think on a day-by-day basis, right? And the second I let that go, it felt like my feet were on the ground for the first time. Because, like, everything existed up here, you know? Everything in my world was all up here. And over time, and developing a relationship with something greater than me, my value systems changed. The way I talk to people, the way I think about things, you know, I still have my faults, right? Like, luckily, dude, this whole, like, quitting drinking thing has been a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. You know, I don't even, like, crave it right now. You know what I mean? Like, I genuinely don't want to drink. It's been fantastic. And so
the belief that you're the only one around and that you're the most important center of your universe is also the most hollow and depressing existence, and one that actually leads you to more of those proclivities, such as drinking and drugs.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, dude, it's been fantastic, bro. It really has. God has done so much in my life, man. Like, and I'm forever grateful, you know. But like in developing that relationship with God, even though it wasn't with Jesus in particular, you know, my entire value structure changed. The way I want to live my life has changed, and that's why, like, you know, like when I do this, and you know, like, when I call myself a Christian, I'm not trying to portray the fact that I live this life 100% and I do it perfectly. I don't. I'm very new to this thing. There's still a lot of things in my life that were okay before I started chasing, like, Jesus, that I'm still working on changing. And I know the only way I'm going to be able to do that is by chasing Jesus. That's the only way I'm going to be able to do it, right? Because all of the things... Yeah, just be nice. Yeah, 100%, dude. But I'm open to the possibility of God. The only evidence of God is words from man, and man is something I have very little faith in. Based 100%, dude. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I was saying earlier, Rude. Where, like, for me, no one else. There's nothing anybody else could have done that could lead me to believe what I believe today, right? And that's why, like, I really don't. I don't like to push what I believe on other people, simply because knowing who I was before and the way that I thought before, nobody else was ever going to be able to change that for me, you know? But one thing that did help was seeing the way that these things... Let me rephrase that. Seeing the way people that believed these things acted, the way they treated other folks, the way they dealt with issues and tribulations in their lives. Over time, it wasn't one single person. It was a multitude of people. Yeah, of course, there are shitty people that call themselves Christians. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not trying to run defense or glaze people who believe in Christ. But the multitude, the vast majority, seeing the way that these people interacted with other folks and how they thought about the world and all of these different things combined, that's what made me want to at least open my mind and chase it. And the second I did that, man, I saw immediate benefits. That's why I chose this life. I am the kind of person who is very results driven. Okay, like if there's no results from something, and this is not me trying to attract other people, I'm just speaking for myself. Okay, I want to make that very clear. If there's no results from something, I don't care to do it. It doesn't mean anything to me, right? And I've just seen more results from this than I have from anything else in my life. So that's why.
Hold on. Let me pose this to you. So if you didn't have all these people that were coming into these Bible studies, for instance, would you still do the Bible studies?
Yeah.
Well, then that's not true. See what I'm saying? You're not doing this because of the results. You're not.
Yes,
you're not doing. No. How are you doing this because of the results?
This
helps me. I'm talking about. Hey, okay, it helps you. Okay, fine. What about your panels? Would you still do those if it wasn't immediately giving you the exact satisfaction you wanted?
It's helped me. That's the crux of everything I've been saying. It helps me. Like I don't want anyone to take this wrong, right? The main reason that I do this is because it helps me, and the fact that people have told me it has helped other people. If it didn't help me and it didn't help anybody else, I wouldn't do it. You're right, 100%. I wouldn't do it.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because by that logic, it would only be helping you and it wouldn't be helping other people because other people wouldn't be there. I don't think that necessarily that results don't drive you in any way, shape, or form, but I'm not saying that, but I am saying that I don't necessarily think that it's just results that drives you specifically. And I think that like your faith in God is kind of proof of that, because I feel like people who are very results driven, like me, I've always been that way my whole life. I feel like it's a pragmatic approach to life, and pragmatism doesn't really have the same place in religiosity as we would like it to have, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, I hear you. So here's all right. So like I engage with the hypothetical, right? But here's my thing. The hypothetical isn't true. Does that make sense? Where like I have gotten the results, so I am doing it. If I didn't get the results, maybe I wouldn't be. If it didn't help me and it didn't help anybody else, maybe I wouldn't be doing this.
Well, yeah, that's the point of the hypothetical, to go against what actually has happened.
Like,
yeah.
Like this is, but that's why I'm doing this so far. You know, the count of viewers isn't a result to me, right? Like
yeah,
I was
understood.
still doing this when I'd have 2 or 3 people watching for the entire period. You know,
absolutely.
Like you look at my first few lives, the 15 to 20 to 30 views, like the entire thing. People tuning in, tuning out, you know, like really not a lot when it came to the results of the views. The fact that it has become what it's become, I'm very grateful for that, right? Don't get me wrong. But the reason I'm doing this is because first off, it helps me stay in it. It helps me stay in the game, chasing God and Jesus. And then other people have said it has helped them. Whether it has helped like anybody start to chase Jesus or believe in God or anything, that's completely out of my hands. But like you've said it yourself, like me streaming has helped you and brought you onto the scene. I've had multiple people. Ashton, he's told me this has helped him. You know, so like those are the results that I'm looking for, right? Those are the results that really mean something to me. And even before I even knew that it had helped anybody outside of like you and Ashton and anybody else who said it's helped them, you know, I still like the goal was to help somebody. If I was doing this, you know, 2 years from now and people said, yeah, dude, I don't know why you're doing this. This isn't helping anybody, yada, yada, yada. You know, I could look at it then, you know what I mean? But that was the whole goal of this thing, right? And it seems like, you know, the W's keep on coming. But Rude, I want to touch back on something you said, man, right here. I understand. I get that, right? Like that's what drove me to live the life I was living for so long. You know, like this exact thing. The things I've done in the past and not holding myself in high regard. And now today, like I wouldn't even say I hold myself in high regard. I would say I'm very grateful for the person that I am today because I'm not that person anymore. That's where the gratitude comes in, is in the change. Less of like, I'm this high moral character and I deserve whatever, because I don't know what I deserve, right? You know, like if and I also myself, I can't operate under the assumption that like we get everything we deserve, because with the situation I'm in right now, if I operated under the assumption of we get everything we deserve, then I would be genuinely thinking like I deserve bad things to happen to me. And I don't necessarily believe that, right? Like I personally, this is just me, like I don't believe in karma. Hey, Big Soda, here he is. Welcome in, brother. Always good to see you, my man.
I probably won't be able to stay long, but yeah, she's doing fine. She just wasn't taking any fluids.
Okay, they had to like hit her with some saline and get something down.
We were having to fight her.
What happened?
I said we were just having to fight her to drink anything, and it just got a little too late in the day, so we decided to run her up to the hospital.
Okay, good. So it wasn't anything like super.
No. I think she's running a little 102.5 fever, which is higher than we thought, but she's just lethargic.
Yeah.
But I'm in the background. I'm listening. Y'all guys keep going.
Yeah. All good, man. But
I'm gonna say a prayer for her, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. We can actually pray right now, man. That's fine with me. All right. So, God, thank you for today. Thank you for bringing everyone that's here together. I really appreciate everything. You're the one that's doing all of this. You're the one that has set all of this up. You're the one that has put me in a position to do this on a daily basis right now. So, thank you. Thank you for everything that you've laid into motion in my life. Please put your hands on Corey's daughter. She needs your help right now. She's very sick. I know you're the one that is going to decide the way this goes. You're the one that is going to make those changes and everything that she needs. You've put Corey in a position to where he can help his daughter. You've put him in a position to where he can be the father that he needs to be, just like you are to us, Father God. Thank you very much. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen.
All right. Curveballs. Romans 3:10. As it is written, none is righteous, no, not no one. No one understands, no one seeks for God. I'd like to get the context of that, Curveballs. Because, like, I seek for God every day. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm righteous. I'm not going to say I understand, but I definitely seek for God. So I could just be reading that. Yeah, if you want to do a prayer, Ashton, come on up, bro. You're more than welcome to come up. You know that. But I'd like to get the context for that last little bit there, just because I'm probably reading that wrong.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
So that was Romans 3:10. Okay.
No.
Sorry, Rude. I haven't been following chat. I don't think most people would probably get that kind of idea. All right, so let me pull up. Let me share the Bible real quick. All right. Romans 3:10, right? Romans after Acts 3:10. All right, God's faithfulness. Yeah, we're up. Okay, cool. Okay. What advantage then is there in being a Jew, or what value is there in circumcision? Much in every way. First of all, the Jews have been entrusted with the very words of God. What if some were unfaithful? Will their unfaithfulness nullify God's faithfulness? No, not at all. Let God be true and every human being a liar. As it is written, so that you may be proved right when you speak and prevail when you judge. But if our unrighteousness brings out God's righteousness more clearly, what shall we say? That God is unjust in bringing his wrath on us? I am using a human argument. Certainly not. If that were so, how could God judge the world? Someone might argue, if my falsehood enhances God's truthfulness and so increases his glory, why am I still condemned as a sinner? Why not say, as some slanderously claim that we say, let us do evil that God may result. Their condemnation is just. What shall we conclude then? Do we have any advantage? Not at all, for we have already made the charge that Jews and Gentiles alike are all under the power of sin. As it is written, there is no one righteous, not even one. There is no one who understands. There is no one who seeks God. All have turned away. They have together become worthless. There is no one who does good, not even one. Oh, okay. So I see. He's talking about, from what it seems like to me, please someone correct me if I'm wrong, but what it seems like to me is he's talking about a mindset that here, let me go back to it real quick. Okay. So why not say, as some slanderously claim that we say, let us do evil that God may result. Their condemnation is just. What shall we conclude then? It's kind of like, from what it seems like to me, right? Okay, just I'm not a biblical scholar. Let me reiterate that. I try to make that disclaimer on everything I say because I really don't want anybody to think that I'm educated in this. But this is just how I'm looking at it. What it looks like to me is he's speaking from a rhetorical mindset here, where he's saying no one's righteous, no one understands, no one seeks God, everyone's turned away from it, they're all worthless, no one who does there's nobody who does any good, right? Everyone sucks, the world sucks. It seems like he's speaking on that kind of mindset. Now I could be wrong. Romans 3:10 to 18 are quotations from the Old Testament that speak to the questions Paul asks in verses 1 through 9. Okay. Yes. Okay. All right, here, hold on. Yeah, okay. Yep. Yeah, exactly. All right. So did I get that right then? You think that was an accurate interpretation of what I said? Because that's just what it sounded like to me, where it sounded like he was kind of coming from a position of everyone sucks. You know what I mean? Not necessarily making that declaration, but just saying what are we supposed to conclude from when we ask things like this? That everyone's terrible, that nobody's good? Based. Absolutely based, Grimballs. We do all fall short. Yeah. Yep.
It seems to me it's basically just saying man is fallible and only God is infallible.
Okay, he concludes in 19 and 20. Okay, we'll keep reading them. All right. So, okay, we ended it at 13. Okay, so their throats are open graves, their tongues practice deceit. The poison of vipers is on their lips. Their mouths are full of cursing and bitterness. Their feet are swift to shed blood. Ruin and misery mark their ways. and the way of peace they do not know. There is fear of God before their eyes. There is no fear of God before their eyes. Now we know that whatever the law says, it says to those who are under the law that every mouth may be silenced and the whole world held accountable to God. Therefore, no one will be declared righteous in God's sight by the works of the law. Rather, through the law, we become conscious of our sin. Let me read that again. Hold on. Now we know that whatever the law says, it says to those who are under the law that every mouth may be silenced and the whole world held accountable to God. Therefore, no one will be declared righteous in God's sight by the works of the law. Rather, through the law, we become conscious of our sin. Okay. Got it. Okay. So it's this, what it seems like it's saying, correct me if I'm wrong, please. What it seems like I'm saying is they're coming from the perspective of, if we're all sinners, how could anybody come to the conclusion that anyone in the world is good through God's eyes? It's almost like the person is asking God to fix those around him. Fair, yeah. It just comes from a very kind of black-pilled perspective to me. The quotes from earlier, right? Again, I don't know any of this stuff, so I'm freaking I'm spitballing at best. We can't be saved via deeds. Faith, that's based, dude. Based, yeah. See, that's why I like this, dude, because I'm learning stuff, man. This is awesome, dude. Alright. So... let's... should we get back into Genesis? Do you remember where we left off last time, Corey? That's what my Bible says about 19 and 20. Give me a minute to type it out. Coming from the Orthodox Study Bible. GB, yeah, 100%, dude. Right. Yeah. I knew what you meant there, Scott. Yeah. Just doing.
I'll be listening. I'm just gonna let you know I'm bouncing out, so that way I can charge my phone up a bit.
Oh, you're good, bro.
Just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, come back in whenever, man. You already know. Corey, you still there, bro? All right. I want to see. Hold on. I'm going to look at last week's real quick and see exactly where we left off so I can get back into Genesis. It was 26. Was Galatians. I remember that was Dub jumped in and threw that one out there. Okay, 28. Galatians 3. Genesis 30. Okay, so we left off at 30. All right, cool. All right. The red pill. Yeah, no shit. All right, 3:19. It says, since the law reveals sin, all the world is accountable before God by the very presence of the law. The law cannot justify a person, that is, bring them into an ongoing state of... I'm going to wait for you to finish this up, GB, because I want to read the whole thing. Communion with God. Because that is not the purpose of the law, nor does it have that power. The purpose of the law is to reveal the knowledge of sin, that we have fallen from communion with God. To repentance. Got it. Oh, that's amazing, dude. Okay. So it's saying the law shows us the sin, and we're all accountable to God by the presence of the law. So it's the law is what shows us that we're sinners. But just following the law doesn't bring us into communion with God. Because the purpose of the law is only to show what the sin is and to show that we've fallen away from God. So the law itself doesn't have the power, the power of salvation behind it. Right? Am I reading that correctly? The thing that gives us the power of salvation is solely through the communion with God. That's what it seems like to me. So I guess with those quotes, it seems like, correct me if I'm wrong, not a biblical scholar, but it seems like those quotes are specifically just kind of what it was saying in conclusion to people who have the mindset of following the law is the way that you come into communion with God, right? Like that's what it seems like to me. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Obedience without faith cannot bring anyone to righteousness, yet faith, even apart from the law, can bring a person to righteousness because Jesus supersedes the law. That's what it's all about. Yeah! Okay, perfect. That's what it says about 21 and 22. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I did read that right. Cool, man. Awesome. Yeah. I'm a newbie to this, bro, and I'm really like genuinely trying to learn so I can apply these things in my day-to-day life. You know, the people who do, I see what kind of people they are and the way they live their lives, and I have a high respect for it. So, yes, exactly. That's the difference between acts produced and true belief in the action that drive them to do them. Yeah, man. Awesome, dude. Awesome. Okay. Cool. All right. So, here, hold on. I want to read some Proverbs because I haven't read Proverbs. So we can go through Proverbs and see that Scott GB, like Corey, whenever he gets back. You're muted, by the way, if you didn't know that, Corey. But this is why I like having people who know more than me. Curve, same thing. People who know more than me, they're the ones who can point me in the right direction on what these things mean. You know. Fair. Well, okay. Fair. Like that's fine. Yeah. What I'm saying is, excuse me. What I'm saying is, you have the resources to find those things at the very least, right? So like your access to that is much greater than mine because I don't, you know, I'm a freaking baby when it comes to this stuff, man. Like, you know, I'm trying to go into this with the eyes of a child, and I don't want to read anything and then interpret it through assumption, you know. Because I'm not going to learn anything that way, at least from what I think, right? Like, Jim Bob told me like this would not be the way that I can do something like this and not be irresponsible with it is by never coming across as an authority to what it means. So that's the last thing that I want to do is like this Bible study means a lot to me. Doing this every week. It's twice a week, but this means a lot to me. And the last thing I want to do is utilize something like this irresponsibly, So that's why, like, if I'm going to do this, I just need to constantly reiterate the fact that I'm not a biblical scholar. I'm not well read up on these things, and going through this just to make it absolutely clear. Right, 100%. Same, bro. Same. I appreciate that. Corey, dude, I'm really praying, man. Like, I really, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for your daughter going through that, bro. That's terrible, man. I'm glad you're still here, though, bro. Thank you. And by all means, dude, just seriously, if at any point you have to go, don't feel obligated to be here. Like, family always comes first, my friend. Seriously. I'm just glad you're a part, man, when you can be, Like, it's always a pleasure having you on, dude. Just wanted to make that very, very clear, So I'm just discerning what I've learned in reading, trying to understand what I've read. Hey, hold on. Hey, I hope you feel better. God loves you. Remember that. God loves you.
Yeah, she's trying to rest the best she can.
Yeah, absolutely.
Does that make you happy? You thought I was using Snapchat? Lay down, girl. Get some rest.
Ashton, brother, remember, you're always welcome here, man. You're one of the day ones, my dude. You are always welcome here, bro. Rude, you're such a jerk, dude. That's why I love you, bro. Oh, okay.
Key contact.
Yeah. That literally changed that entire comment.
That was a very valuable word to leave out.
All right. No, absolutely, bro. Absolutely. Yeah. Just wanted to, I always want to let you know that, dude. Like, this is your space as well as mine, cuz, you know what I mean? Same with you, Corey. And I hope you guys realize that I love having you guys on. Had trouble throwing up and severe stuff one time. The ER had to double IV for 8 hours to get me hydrated. Dude, you know what's crazy, man? Like I don't think people realize how deadly that is. You know what I mean? Like having like GI stuff is one of the quickest ways to meet Jesus. Seriously, it is. Because I think that's how I'm gonna instead of saying die, I think I'm just gonna start saying meet Jesus, because it's better for TOS, I think. But no, like, especially like a GI hemorrhage, right? That can take you out in minutes. It's insane how, like, our GI system can be some of the quickest ways to go out. I have to deal with 2 babies with pneumonia and RSV, so I understand the struggle with little ones. Ooh, dude. I hope they get better, man. Yeah, man. It'll take every bit bit of you out, man. All right, let's get into Proverbs for a little bit. All right. Purpose and theme. These Proverbs of Solomon, son of David, king of Israel, for gaining wisdom and instruction, for understanding words of insight, for receiving instruction in prudent behavior, doing what is right and just and fair, for giving prudence to those who are simple, knowledge and discretion to the young. Let the wise listen and add to their learning, and let the discerning get guidance. For understanding proverbs and parables, the sayings and riddles of the wise. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. Exhortations to embrace wisdom, warning against the invitation of sinful men. Listen, my son, to your father's instruction, and do not forsake your mother's teaching. They are a garland to grace your head and a chain to adorn your neck. My son, if sinful men entice you, do not give in to them. If they say, come along with us, let's lie in wait for innocent blood, let's ambush some harmless soul, let's swallow them alive like the grave, and whole like those who go down to the pit. Yo. Do you have something you want to say?
Oh, no. I'm sorry. I was probably making sound in the background.
Oh, it's all good, man. It's all good. I thought you had something to say, so I wanted to make sure you had the time to do that, my man.
Thank you. Keep going.
All right. We will get all sorts of valuable things and fill our houses with plunder. Cast lots with us. We will all share the loot. My son, do not go along with them. Do not set foot on their paths, for their feet rush into evil. They are swift to shed blood. How useless to spread a net where every bird can see it. These men lie in wait for their own blood. They ambush only themselves. Such are the paths of all who go after ill-gotten gain. It takes away the life of those who get it. Wisdom's rebuke. Out in the open, wisdom calls aloud. Okay, hold on. This could just be me, okay? But this is the thing. Like this sounds like a refutation of something like socialism, communism, that kind of thing.
I mean, I can see that. It seems to be painting like a picture, like the best way to say it. Painting a straight.
We all share everything. We like, we take these systems down. People that follow these systems, we destroy these things. I don't know. I'm not saying that's exactly where they were coming from, because it's nowhere near as old, but like conceptually, right? If that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, no, it sure is, isn't it, Rude?
That's the truth.
Absolutely. Holy man, that's terrible.
Oh boy. Yeah, no, that sounds severe. You gotta think, if you're not careful with flood water and it gets stagnant, there's a lot of bacteria that can come from stagnant water.
Oh yeah, 100%. Well, that's the thing with like with the restaurant industry, is you can get foodborne bacteria, and that is like it's nasty how sick you can get from that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah.
All right, so out in the open, wisdom calls aloud. She raises her voice in the public square. On top of the wall, she cries out. At the city gate, she makes her speech. How long will you who are simple love your simple ways? How long will mockers delight in mockery and fools hate knowledge? Repent at my rebuke. Then I will pour out my thoughts to you. I will make known to you my teachings. But since you refuse to listen when I call, and no one pays attention when I stretch out my hand, since you disregard all my advice and do not accept my rebuke, I in turn will laugh when disaster strikes you. I will mock when calamity overtakes you like a storm, when disaster sweeps over you like a whirlwind, when distress and trouble overwhelm you. Then they will call to me, but I will not answer. They will look for me, but will not find me, since they hated knowledge and did not choose to fear the Lord. Since they would not accept my advice and spurned my rebuke, they will eat the fruit of their ways and be filled with the fruit of their schemes. For the waywardness of the simple will kill them, and the complacency of fools will destroy them. But whoever listens to me will live in safety and be at ease without fear of harm. Moral benefits of wisdom. My son, if you accept my words and store up my commands within you, turning your ear to wisdom and applying your heart to understanding. Indeed, if you call out for insight and cry aloud for understanding, and if you look for it as for silver and search for it as for hidden treasure, then you will understand the fear of the Lord and find the knowledge of God. For the Lord gives wisdom. From his mouth come knowledge and understanding. He holds success in store for the upright. He is a shield to those whose walk is blameless. For he guards the course of the just and protects the way of his faithful ones. Then you will understand what is right and just and fair, every good path. For wisdom will enter your heart, and knowledge will be pleasant to your soul. Discretion will protect you, and understanding will guard you. Wisdom will save you from the ways of wicked men, from men whose words are perverse, who have left the straight paths to walk in dark ways, who delight in doing wrong and rejoice in the perverseness of evil. Those paths are crooked, and who are devious in their ways. Wisdom will save you from the adulterous woman, from the wayward woman with her seductive words, who has left the partner of her youth and ignored the covenant she made before God. Yeah. Let me tell you, I have no wisdom when I'm drunk at the bar. Just saying. When I'm drunk at the bar, I have no wisdom at all, dude. Surely her house leads down to death, and her paths to the spirits of the dead. None who go to her return or attain the paths of life. Thus you will walk in the ways of the good, and keep to the paths of the righteous. For the upright will live in the land, and the blameless will remain in it. But the wicked will be cut off from the land, and the unfaithful will be torn from it. Yeah, me too, bro. Absolutely, Scott. Me too, dude. This one's good. My Bible says these are all references to Christ. When speaking about wisdom, it says that St. Paul pointed out Christ is the power of God and the wisdom of God. Yes, sir. Yep, he is the Word. He is the Word. Oh, previous times. Okay. I remember what you were saying. Got it. Yeah. All right. Let's go to Proverbs 3. All right. Wisdom bestows well-being. My son, do not forget my teaching, but keep my commands in your heart, for they will prolong your life many years and bring you peace and prosperity. Let love and faithfulness never leave you. Bind them around your neck. Write them on the tablet of your heart. Then you will win favor and a good name in the sight of God and man. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight. Based. Absolutely based, dude. This was one of the biggest... This has been so monumentally important in my life. Because I thought I knew everything, and I thought like I understood how the world worked. You know? And I didn't trust in God. I didn't believe in God. You know? And as time's gone on, and the greater my relationship with God has gotten, I trust so much more now. And everything is just right in front of me. Like, I can't see far ahead. I can't see ahead. But I can see where I need to go right now. What I need to do right in this moment. You know? That's the path. Do not be wise in your own eyes. Fear the Lord and shun evil. Based. This will bring health to your body and nourishment to your bones. Honor the Lord with your wealth, with the first fruits of all your crops. Then your barns will be filled to overflowing, and your vats will brim over with new wine. Well, that sounds great, but let's turn wine into the water for me, bro. You know? All right. My son, do not despise the Lord's discipline, and do not resent his rebuke. Because the Lord disciplines those he loves, as a father the son he delights in. Blessed are those who find wisdom, those who gain understanding, for she is more profitable than silver, and yields better returns than gold based. She's more precious than rubies, nothing you desire can compare with her. Long life is in her right hand, and in her left hand are riches and honor. Her ways are pleasant ways, and all her paths are peace. She's a tree of life to those who take hold of her. Those who hold her fast will be blessed. By wisdom the Lord laid the earth's foundation. By understanding he sets the heavens in place. By his knowledge the watery depths were divided, and the clouds let drop the dew. My son, do not let wisdom and understanding out of your sight. Preserve sound judgment and discretion. They will be life for you, an ornament to grace your neck. Then you will go on your way in safety, and your foot will not stumble. When you lie down, you will not be afraid. When you lie down, your sleep will be sweet. You have no fear of sudden disaster or of the ruin that overtakes the wicked, for the Lord will be at your side and will keep your foot from being snared. Do not withhold good from those to whom it is due, and when it is in your power to act. Do not say to your neighbor, "Come back tomorrow and I'll give it to you," when you already have it with you. Do not plot harm against your neighbor who lives trustfully near you. Do not accuse anyone for no reason when they have done you no harm. Do not envy the violent or choose any of the ways. Or do not envy the violent or choose any of their ways. You know, that's a big one to me, because it reminds me of that whole thing with between Andrew Wilson and that bald convict guy. You know, the reason it made me think of that is because like these guys who do the courses and they get all the money and do all that, like these are the kinds of people that they rely on people comparing themselves with them. That is the thing that maintains their wealth. If people didn't compare themselves or envy those guys, they wouldn't make any money off of what they do. Does that make sense? Like, they require people to live in envy. Because people are going to want what they have, so they're going to buy it. They're profiting off of sin. They need people to be sick in order to progress their own lives. It's terrible. For the Lord detests the perverse and takes the upright into his confidence. The Lord's curse is on the house of the wicked, but he blesses the home of the righteous. He mocks proud mockers, but shows favor in the humble and oppressed. The wise inherit honor, but fools get only shame. Absolutely based. Proverbs 4. Get wisdom at any cost. Listen, my sons, to a father's instruction. Pay attention and gain understanding. I give you sound learning, so do not forsake my teaching. For I too was a son to my father, still tender and cherished by my mother. Then he taught me, and he said to me, take hold of my words with all your heart. Keep my commands, and you will live. Get wisdom, get understanding. Do not forget my words or turn away from them. Do not forsake wisdom, and she will protect you. Love her, and she will watch over you. The beginning of wisdom is this. Wait, hold on. It says, or Wisdom is supreme, therefore get wisdom. It's kind of a weird way to word this right here. The beginning of wisdom is this, get wisdom. But wisdom is supreme, so therefore get wisdom. Though it costs all you have, get understanding. Cherish her and she will exalt you. Embrace her and she will honor you. She will give you a garland to grace your head and present you with a glorious crown. Listen, my son, accept what I say, and the years of your life will be many. I instruct you in the way of wisdom and lead you along straight paths. When you walk, your steps will not be hampered. When you run, you will not stumble. Hold on to instruction, do not let it go. Guard it well, for it is your life. Do not set foot on the path of the wicked or walk in the way of evildoers. Avoid it, do not travel on it. Turn from it and go on your way, for they cannot rest until they do evil. They are robbed of sleep till they make someone stumble. They eat the bread of wickedness and drink the wine of violence. The path of the righteous is like the morning sun, shining ever brighter till the full light of day. But the way of the wicked is like deep darkness. They do not know what makes them stumble. My son, pay attention to what I say. Turn your ear to my words. Do not let them out of your sight. Let them within your heart. Keep them within your heart, for they are life to those who find them and health to one's whole body. Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Keep your mouth free of perversity. Keep your corrupt talk far from your lips. Let your eyes look straight ahead. Fix your gaze directly before you. Give careful thought to the paths of your feet, and be steadfast in all your ways. Do not turn to the right or the left. Keep your foot from evil. Ow. All right, so I'm going to get back into Genesis now, so we can... Hey, Gorilla Biscuits, thank you, brother. Sorry if I missed you, man. I apologize, bro. You have a great night. Come on back whenever you want, bro. You're always welcome here, dude. When I see that convict guy, I'm reminded of an Irish blessing or curse, which... Yeah. No, it's, and you know, like, people who live in that kind of world, man, like, I understand, right? I understand. That's how he's making his money. He has to portray that character, right? And, you know, to a degree, it's like, okay, like, you know, that's your livelihood, of course. But what kind of damage are you causing? How many people are getting screwed over? You know? That's the thing that gets me is, like, if I'm going to do something and I'm going to base my livelihood on that thing, I don't want it to be something that's going to hurt someone else. I don't want it to be something that could cause harm. You know what I mean? Like, there's part of me that it's a very basic concept. I don't understand how someone can fucking live with themselves when they do that. It's crazy to me, man. Like, all right, let's get back into Genesis. All right, so Genesis 30. When Rachel saw that she was not bearing Jacob any children, she became jealous of her sister. So she said to Jacob, "Give me children or I'll die." Jacob became angry with her and said, "Am I in the place of God who has kept you from having children?" Then she said, "Here is Bilhah, my servant. Sleep with her so that she can bear children for me, and I too can build a family through her." All right. So she gave him her servant Bilhah as a wife. Jacob slept with her, and she became pregnant and bore him a son. Then Rachel said, "God has vindicated me. He has listened to my plea and given me a son." Because of this, she named him Dan. Rachel's servant Bilhah conceived again and bore Jacob a second son. Then Rachel said, "I have had a great struggle with my sister, and I have won." So she named him Naphtali. When Leah saw that she had stopped having children, she took her servant Zilpah and gave her to Jacob as a wife. Leah's servant Zilpah bore Jacob a son, and Leah said, "What good fortune!" So she named him Gad. Fortune? Good fortune or troop? Yeah. All right. Leah's servant Zilpah bore Jacob a second son, and Leah said, "How happy I am! The woman will call me happy." So she named him Asher. During wheat harvest, Reuben went out into the fields and found some mandrake plants, which he brought to his mother Leah. Rachel said to Leah, "Please give me some of your son's mandrakes." But she said to her, "Wasn't it enough that you took away my husband? Will you take my son's mandrakes too?" "Very well," Rachel said. "He can sleep with you tonight in return for some of your son's mandrakes." So when Jacob came in from the fields that evening, Leah went out to meet him. "You must sleep with me," she said. "I have hired you with my son's mandrakes." Bro. Wait, Rachel's like pimping him out. That's interesting, man. It's funny how that turn of events came about. So he slept with her that night. God listened to Leah, and she became pregnant and bore Jacob a fifth son. Then Leah said, "God has rewarded me for giving my servant to my husband." So she named him Issachar, which means reward. Leah conceived again and bore Jacob a sixth son. Then Leah said, "God has presented me with a precious gift. This time my husband will treat me with honor because I have borne him 6 sons." So she named him Zebulun. Sometime later, she gave birth to a daughter and named her Dinah. Then God remembered Rachel. He listened to her and enabled her to conceive. She became pregnant and gave birth to a son and said, "God has taken away my disgrace." She named him Joseph and said, "May the Lord add to me another son." After Rachel gave birth to Joseph, Jacob said to Laban, "Send me on my way so I can go back to my own homeland. Give me my wives and children, for whom I have served you, and I will be on my way. You know how much work I've done for you." But Laban said to him, "If I have found favor in your eyes, please stay. I have learned by divination that the Lord has blessed me because of you," he added. Name your wages and I will pay them." Jacob said to him, "You know how I have worked for you and how your livestock has fared under my care. The little you had before I came has increased greatly, and the Lord has blessed you wherever I have been. But now, when may I do something for my own household?" "What shall I give you?" he asked. "Don't give me anything," Jacob replied, "but if you will do this one thing for me, I will go on tending your flocks and watching over them. Let me go through all of your flocks today and remove from them every speckled or spotted sheep, every dark-colored lamb, and every spotted or speckled goat. They will be my wages, and my honesty will testify for me in the future. Whenever you check on the wages, you have paid me. Any goat in my possession that is not speckled or spotted, or any lamb that is not dark-colored, will be considered stolen." Okay, so he's saying, I want all of your goats that aren't one solid color, and any lamb that's dark colored. Anything else that I have other than that, consider me a thief. "Agreed," said Laban. "Let it be as you have said." That same day he removed all the male goats that were streaked or spotted, and all the speckled or spotted female goats, all that had white on them. And all the dark colored lambs he placed them in the care of his sons. That was funny. Yeah, man. Yeah, no sweat, bro. Take your time, dude. Take your time. It's all good, man. All right. That same day he removed all the male goats that were streaked and spotted, and all the speckled or spotted female goats, all that had white on them, and all the dark-colored lambs, and he placed them in the care of his sons. Then he put a 3-day journey between himself and Jacob, while Jacob continued to tend to the rest of Laban's flocks. Jacob, however, took fresh-cut branches from the poplar, almond, and plane trees and made white stripes on them by peeling the bark and exposing the white inner wood of the branches. Then he placed the peeled branches in all the watering troughs, so that they would be directly in front of the flocks when they came to drink. When the flocks were in heat and came to drink, they mated in front of the branches. And they bore young that were streaked or speckled or spotted. Is that a thing? Drinking water that has these specific branches in there? Poplar, almond, and plane trees? Does that actually make like livestock spotted, speckled and stuff? Jacob set apart the young of the flock by themselves and made the rest face the streaked and dark-colored animals that belonged to Laban. Thus he made separate flocks for himself and did not put them with Laban's animals. Whenever the stronger females were in heat, Jacob would place the branches in the troughs in front of the animals so they would mate near the branches. But if animals were weak, he would not place them there. So the weak animals went to Laban and the strong ones to Jacob. In this way, the man grew exceedingly prosperous and came to own large flocks and female and male servants and camels and donkeys. He's a scumbag. Jacob's an absolute freaking scumbag, man. Yeah, she's a little sick, man. I hope everything is well, you know. That's terrible. Like I've never been a parent, so I can't speak from personal experience on what it's like to worry about your kid. Oh yeah, 100%. Don't get me wrong. I get that for sure. I'm just calling a spade a spade. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly, bro, exactly. Yeah, sure. All right. Jacob flees from Laban. Jacob heard that Laban's sons were saying, "Jacob has taken everything our father owned and has gained all this wealth from what belonged to our father." And Jacob noticed that Laban's attitude toward him was not what it had been. Then the Lord said to Jacob, "Go back to the land of your fathers and to your relatives, and I will be with you." So Jacob sent word to Rachel and Leah to come out to the fields where his flocks were. He said to them, "I see that your father's attitude toward me is not what it was before, but the God of my father has been with me. You know that I've worked for your father with all my strength, yet your father has cheated me by changing my wages 10 times. However, God has not allowed him to harm me. If he said, 'The speckled ones will be your wages,' then all the flocks gave birth to speckled young. And if he said, 'The streaked ones will be your wages,' then all the flocks bore streaked young. So God has taken away your father's livestock and given them to me. In breeding season, I once had a dream in which I looked up and saw that the male goats mating with the flock were streaked, speckled, or spotted. The angel of God said to me in the dream, 'Jacob,' I answered, 'Here I am.' And he said, 'Look up and see all the male goats mating with the flock were streaked, speckled, or spotted, for I have seen all that Laban has been doing to you. I am the God of Bethel, where you anointed a pillar and where you made a vow with me. Now leave this land at once and go back to your native land.' Then Rachel and Leah replied, 'Do we still have any share in the inheritance of our father's estate? Does he not regard us as foreigners? Not only has he sold us, but he's used up what was paid for us. Surely all the wealth that God took away from our father belongs to us and our children, so do whatever God has told you.' Then Jacob put his children and his wives on camels, and he drove all his livestock ahead of him, along with all the goods that had accumulated in Padan Aram," which was Babylon? Oh, northwest Mesopotamia, okay. "To go to his father Isaac in the land of Canaan. When Laban had gone to shear his sheep, Rachel stole her father's household gods." Wait, what? Moreover, Jacob deceived Laban the Aramean by not telling him he was running away. So he fled with all he had, crossed the Euphrates River, and headed for the hill country of Gilead. On the third day, Laban was told that Jacob had fled. Taking his relatives with him, he pursued Jacob for 7 days and caught up with him in the hill country of Gilead. Then God came to Laban the Aramean in a dream at night and said to him, "Be careful not to say anything to Jacob, either good or bad." Jacob had pitched his tent in the hill country of Gilead where Laban overtook him, and Laban and his relatives camped there too. When Laban said to Jacob, "What have you done? You've deceived me, and you've carried off my daughters like captives in war. Why did you run off secretly and deceive me? Why didn't you tell me so I could send you away with joy and singing to the music of timbrels and harps? You didn't even let me kiss my grandchildren and my daughters goodbye. You have done a foolish thing. I have the power to harm you, but last night the God of your father said to me, 'Be careful not to say anything to Jacob, either good or bad.' Now you have gone off because you long to return to your father's household. But why did you steal my gods?" Jacob answered Laban, "I was afraid because I thought you would take your daughters away from me by force. But if you find anyone who has your gods, that person shall not live. In the presence of your relatives, see for yourself whether there is anything of yours here with me, and if so, take it." Now Jacob did not know that Rachel had stolen the gods. Ooh. So Laban went into Jacob's tent and into Leah's tent and to the tent of the 2 female servants, but he found nothing. After he came out of Leah's tent, he entered Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken the household gods and put them inside her camel's saddle and was sitting on them. Laban searched through everything in the tent but found nothing. Rachel said to her father, "Don't be angry, my lord, that I cannot stand up in your presence, but I'm having my period." So he searched but could not find the household gods. Jacob was angry and took Laban to task. "What is my crime?" he asked Laban. "Have I wronged you that you hunt me down? Now that you have searched through all my goods, what have you found that belongs to your household?" So wait, hold on. What does it mean when he's saying the household gods? Bro, you're crazy. You had 7 kids? Based, Scott. Holy, dude. Yeah, dude, that's awesome. I hope that I can have that much at some point, man. That's amazing. All right. Hold on. I need to look up in Genesis what it means. Genesis 31. What are household gods? Oh, okay. So just small idols. Got it. All right. So they offer protection and perhaps even divination to the family. Okay, cool. All right. So she took a bunch of like idols that he had around the house, and to him it was like offering some kind of protection. I forget what the menorah. That's what it's like, a menorah kind of little thing that Jews leave by the front door, or by like all the doorways in the house, the entrances and exits. You did, bro. Based, dude. Based. Good for you, man. Yeah. I would love to have that much, dude. I would love to have that much. I just need. Hey, dude. Your bloodline is gonna be massive, bro. That's great, Scott. Dude, good for you, man. I hope to get there one day. That'd be fantastic. Alright. So... put it here in front of your relatives and mine, and let them judge between the 2 of us. I've been with you for 20 years now. Your sheep and goats have not miscarried, nor have I eaten rams of your flocks. I did not bring you animals torn by wild beasts. I bore the loss myself. And you demanded payment from me for whatever was stolen by day or night. Well, he's kind of a jerk, man. It was like this for the 20 years I was in your household. I worked for you 14 years for your 2 daughters and 6 years for the flocks. But you changed my wages 10 times. And you changed my wages 10 times. If God of my father, the God of Abraham, and the fear of Isaac had not been with me, you would surely have sent me away empty-handed. But God has seen my hardship and the toil of my hands, and last night he rebuked you. Laban answered Jacob, the women are my daughters, the children are my children, and the flocks are my flocks. All you see is mine. Yet what can I do today about these daughters of mine and about the children they have borne? Come now, let's make a covenant, you and I, and let it serve as a witness between us. So Jacob took a stone and set it up as a pillar. He said to his relatives, gather some stones. So they took some stones and piled them in a heap, and they ate there by the heap. Laban called it Jagar Sahadutha, and Jacob called it Galeed. The witness heap. Okay, Jagar Sahadutha and Galeed. Okay, so that's Aramaic. Got it. So the Arameans are Aramaic. Okay. And then Galeed, the witness heap. Laban said, this heap is a witness between you and me today. That's why we called it Galeed. It was also called Mitzpah, which means watchtower, because he said, may the Lord keep watch between you and me when we are away from each other. If you mistreat my daughters, or if you take any wives besides my daughters, even though no one is with us, remember that God is a witness between you and me. Laban also said to Jacob, here is the heap, and here is the pillar I have set up between you and me. This heap is a witness, and this pillar is a witness, that I will not go past this heap to your side to harm you, and that you do not go past this heap and pillar to my side to harm me. May the God of Abraham and the God of Nahor and the God of their father judge between us. So Jacob took an oath in the name of the fear of his father Isaac. He offered a sacrifice there in the hill country and invited his relatives to a meal. After they had eaten, they had spent the night there. Early the next morning, Laban kissed his grandchildren and his daughters and blessed them. Then he left and returned home. Huh. All right. Give me just a second. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some food. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay. Corey, what's up, dude? Wow, that was perfect timing, man. All right, 1 second. Let me close my door. I'm not going nowhere, okay? Oh, damn it, Bubba. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, buddy. I didn't mean to do that. Standing right up underneath me, man. Come on. You know not to do that, Charlie. I'm sorry, Bubba. I'm sorry. You okay? You alright? You okay? You okay, good bear? Here. 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 You okay? I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. I promise I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. Alright, you there? Hello? Corey! Alright. Go ahead and get back into Genesis. Alright, Jacob prepares to meet Esau. So Jacob also went on his way, and the angels of God met him. When Jacob saw them, he said, "This is a camp of God." So he named that place Mahanaim, which means two camps. So Jacob sent messengers ahead of him to his brother Esau in the land of Seir, the country of Edom. He instructed them, "This is what you are to say to my lord Esau. Your servant Jacob says, I've been staying with Laban and have remained there till now. I have cattle and donkeys, sheep and goats, male and female servants. Now I'm sending you this message to my lord, that I may find favor in your eyes." When the messengers returned to Jacob, they said, "We went to your brother Esau, and now he is coming to meet you, and 400 men are with him." In great fear and distress, Jacob divided the people who were with him into two groups, and the flocks and herds and camels as well. He thought, if Esau comes and attacks one group, the group that is left may escape. Then Jacob prayed, "O God of my father Abraham, God of my father Isaac, Lord, you who said to me, 'Go back to your country and your relatives, and I will make you prosper.' I'm unworthy of all the kindness and faithfulness that you have shown your servant. I had only my staff when I crossed this Jordan, but now I have become two camps. Save me, I pray, from the hand of my brother Esau, for I am afraid he will come and attack me, and also the mothers with their children. But you have said, I will surely make you prosper, and will make your descendants like the sand of the sea, which cannot be counted." He spent the night there, and from what he had with him, he selected a gift from his brother Esau: 200 female goats and 20 male goats, 200 ewes and 20 rams, 30 female camels with their young, 40 cows and 10 bulls, and 20 female donkeys and 10 male donkeys. He put them in the care of his servants, each herd by itself, and said to his servants, "Go ahead of me and keep some space between the herds." He instructed the one in the lead, "When my brother Esau meets you and asks, 'Who do you belong to and where are you going? And who owns all these animals in front of you?' then you are to say, 'They belong to your servant Jacob. They are a gift sent to my lord Esau, and he is coming behind us.'" He also instructed the second, the third, and the others who followed the herds. "You are to say the same thing to Esau when you meet him. And be sure to say, 'Your servant Jacob is coming behind us.' For he thought, 'I will pacify him with these gifts I am sending on ahead. Later, when I see him, perhaps he will receive me.' So Jacob's gifts went on ahead of him, and he himself spent the night in the camp. Jacob wrestles with God. The night Jacob got up and took his 2 wives, his 2 female servants, and his 11 sons, and crossed the ford to the Jabbok. When he had sent them across the stream, he sent over all his possessions. So Jacob was alone, and the man wrestled with him till daybreak. When the man saw that he could not overpower him, he touched the socket of Jacob's hip, so that his hip was wrenched as he wrestled with the man. And then the man said, "Let me go, for it is daybreak." But Jacob replied, "I will not let you go unless you bless me." The man asked him, "What is your name?" "Jacob," he answered. And then the man said, "Your name will no longer be Jacob, but Israel." It means he struggles with God. Because you have struggled with God and with humans and have overcome. Jacob said, "Please tell me your name." But he replied, "Why do you ask my name?" Then he blessed him there. So Jacob called the place Peniel, face of God, saying, "It was because I saw God face to face, and yet my life was spared." That's interesting. So, if I'm not mistaken, what he just said there, Jacob became Israel. And Jacob is a deceiver. The sun rose above him as he passed Peniel, and he was limping because of his hip. Therefore, to this day, the Israelites do not eat the tendon attached to the socket of the hip, because the socket of Jacob's hip was touched near the tendon. That was an interesting little tidbit right there. I don't think I've seen that. Based. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. That's huge. It's like really huge. And like, you know, the crazy thing, right now we're reading the Jewish Bible. The Old Testament is the Torah. So this isn't like a secret. You know what I mean? All right. Jacob looked up, and there was Esau, coming with his 400 men. So he divided the children among Leah, Rachel, and the 2 female servants. He put the female servants and their children in front, Leah and her children next, and Rachel and Joseph in the rear. He himself went on ahead and bowed down to the ground 7 times as he approached her. But Esau ran to meet Jacob and embraced him. He threw his arms around his neck and kissed him, and they wept. Then Esau looked up and saw the women and children. "Who are these with you?" he asked. Jacob answered, "They are the children God has graciously given your servant." Then the female servants and their children approached and bowed down. Next, Leah and her children came and bowed down. Last of all came Joseph and Rachel, and they too bowed down. Esau asked, "What's the meaning of all these flocks and herds I met?" "To find favor in your eyes, my lord," he said. But Esau said, "I already have plenty, my brother. Keep what you have for yourself." "No, please," says Jacob. "I have found favor in your eyes. Accept this gift from me. For to see your face is like seeing the face of God, now that you have received me favorably. Please accept the present that was brought to you, for God has been gracious to me, and I have all I need." And because Jacob insisted, Esau accepted it. Were you about to say something, Corey?
I have no comment on an earlier point, but I didn't want to derail you. I was going to wait till you finish this chapter.
No, you're good, dude. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Well, it's a story of Jacob and Esau is very interesting because there's almost no good side. It's not as black and white as Cain and Abel. Sorry, you probably heard Finding Dory in the background, but
It's all good.
it's one of those concepts to where Jacob's not an innocent figure in the story, and Esau then later becomes, I guess, well, I wouldn't say he's innocent, but it gets a lot more worse for him, and so it kind of shows you I guess the name Israel, the term struggle with God, showing that, things not being perfect, and how even though Jacob is a very shady and deceitful person, he is still able to earn the blessing of God.
Yeah. That's really crazy, man. Still, though, there's just, I don't know, there was a lot to unpack
It
in
is.
that last chapter.
Because it's kind of like Cain and Abel. It's so easy. It's like, Cain's a bad guy, Abel's a good guy. The good guy gets, the blessing. But it's like this one, it becomes a lot more blurry. But that's kind of how us humans are. We're not necessarily one side good or one side evil. We're a lot in between. And so it's showing a similar story, but there's no good side. So it's like you don't know. I wouldn't say you don't know who to cheer for, but you don't know who's going to earn God's blessing.
Right. Well, this is in the Old Testament too. So, I can see. Try to keep things TOS. Never mind. All right. Then Esau said, "Let us be on our way. I'll accompany you." But Jacob said to him, "My Lord knows that the children are tender, and that I must care for the ewes and cows. They are nursing their young. If they are driven hard just one day, all the animals will die. So let my Lord go on ahead of his servant, while I move along slowly at the pace of the flocks and herds before me, and the pace of the children, until I come to my Lord and Seir." Esau said, "Then let me leave some of my men with you." "But why do that?" Jacob asked. "Just let me find favor in the eyes of my Lord." So that day Esau started on his way back to Seir. Jacob, however, went to Succoth, where he built a place for himself and made shelters for his livestock. That's why the place is called Succoth. After Jacob came from Padan Aram, he arrived safely at the city of Shechem in Canaan, and camped within sight of the city. For the 100 pieces of silver he bought from the sons of Hamor, the father of Shechem, the plot of ground where he pitched his tent. Then he set up an altar and called it El Elohe Israel. El Elohe Israel can mean El is the God of Israel, or Mighty is the God of Israel. Okay. Mighty is the God of Israel, which means struggle with God. So Mighty is the God of struggle with God. Interesting. Okay. What's up, Dub? Welcome back, dude. Romans 9 is a good place to look at with regards to Jacob and Esau. Yeah.
We'll have to make a mental note of that and kind of backtrack. Once we get to Romans, we'll kind of backtrack and see if we can...
We can cross-reference all that. Romans 9:13 and go backwards a bit. Dub, you're welcome to jump in if you want, man. We're just chilling, bro. All right. Dinah and the Shechemites. Now Dinah, the daughter Leah had born to Jacob, went out to visit the women of the land. When Shechem, son of Hamor the Hivite, the ruler of that area, saw her and took her and essayed her. His heart was drawn to Dinah, daughter of Jacob. He loved the young woman and spoke tenderly to her. That's crazy. And Shechem said to his father Hamor, "Get me this girl as my wife." When Jacob heard that his daughter Dinah had been defiled, his sons were in the fields with his livestock, so he did nothing about it until they came home. Then Shechem's father Hamor went out to talk with Jacob. Meanwhile, Jacob's sons had come in from the fields as soon as they heard what had happened. They were shocked and furious. Yeah, take your time, Dub. No sweat. No rush in, man. Shechem's father went out to talk with Jacob. Meanwhile, Jacob's sons had come in from the field as soon as they heard what had happened. They were shocked and furious because Shechem had done an outrageous thing in Israel by sleeping with Jacob's daughter. Oh, against Israel by sleeping with Jacob's daughter, a thing that should not have been done. Well, wait, hold on. So Jacob is Israel at this point, right? Like that was what he was saying. Your name's not Jacob. Your name's Israel.
But I think the delineation is when God talks to Jacob, it's Israel, or if it's related back to God, it's addressed as Israel. But when it's related to man, it's his name's still Jacob.
Okay. But Hamor said to them, "My son Shechem has his heart set on your daughter. Please give her to him as a wife. Intermarry with us. Give us your daughters, and take our daughters for yourselves. You can settle among us. The land is open to you. Live in it, trade in it, and acquire property in it." Then Shechem said to Dinah's father and brothers, "Let me find favor in your eyes, and I will give you whatever you ask. Make the price for your bride and the gift I am to bring as great as you'd like, and I'll pay whatever you ask me. Only give me the young woman as my wife." Because their sister Dinah had been defiled, Jacob's sons replied deceitfully as they spoke to Shechem and to his brother Hamor. They said to them, "We can't do such a thing. We can't give our sister to a man who is not circumcised. That would be a disgrace to us. We will enter into an agreement with you on one condition only, that you become like us by circumcising all your males. Then we will give you your daughters and take your daughters for ourselves. We'll settle among you and become one people with you. But if you will not agree to be circumcised, we'll take our sister and go." The proposal seemed good to Hamor and his son Shechem. The young man, who was the most honored by all his father's family, lost no time in doing what they said, because he was delighted with Jacob's daughter. So Hamor and his son Shechem went to the gate of their city to speak with the men of their city. "These men are friendly with us. Let them live on our land and trade in it. And the land has plenty of room for them. We can marry their daughters and they can marry ours. But the men will agree to live with us as one people, only on the condition that our males be circumcised, as they themselves are. Won't their livestock, their property, and all of their animals become ours? So let us agree to their terms, and they will settle among us." All the men who went out of the city gate agreed with Hamor and his son Shechem, and every male in the city was circumcised. 3 days later, while all of them were still in pain, no doubt, 2 of Jacob's sons, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brothers, took their swords and attacked the unsuspecting city, killing every male. Sounds like business as usual for... Anyway, they put Hamor and his son Shechem to the sword and took Dinah from Shechem's house and left. The sons of Jacob came upon the dead bodies and looted the city because their sister had been defiled. They seized their flocks and herds and donkeys and everything else of theirs in the city and out in the fields. They carried off all their wealth and all of their women and children, taking as plunder everything in the houses. Then Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, "You have brought trouble on me by making me obnoxious to the Canaanites and Perizzites. the people living on this land. We are few in number, and if they join forces against me and attack me, I and my household will be destroyed." But they replied, "Should he have treated our sister like a sex worker?" Anything to add to that, Corey? Yeah, no, you are not lying, bro.
I was gonna say that last Genesis 37, it was brutal. There's a lot of, I guess, transgressions happening.
Yeah. Yeah, these verses are wild.
But I guess I would also add, it's weird, because I would say maybe let the story kind of, or unless that's the finishing of, I guess, I would say they got all the men to circumcise themselves, which would mean that they got all them to make the sacrifice to God. But then the killing them immediately after, it's wild.
Yeah. Well, they got them to circumcise themselves, so they themselves did a personal sacrifice to God, and then they sacrificed them to God.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Old Testament is very an eye for an eye type sentiment.
Yeah. Except for Israel, apparently.
Well, yeah, no.
Jacob just got blessing no matter how bad he does.
Well, to be fair, his biggest transgression, now I know he did just kill a bunch of people, but his biggest transgression seems to be his deceitfulness. And so far, he's been doing well not to do it to God.
Yeah, just to other people.
Yeah. And it's kind of like, well, you know, because if you think about how we are now, it's very easy to sin. And so, especially in a period like that, you know, Jacob's he has a lot of descendants. His descendants will be the line in which, you know, God's favors. So there's one bad actor being Jacob. So God may have to put up with Jacob to then reach, you know, his descendants past him.
Yeah. Anyway, just to save myself from being TOS, I'm gonna stop my line of logic there. You know what I mean? Jesus says that they are our enemies for the sake of the gospel. Interesting, because this Genesis 13:15 scenario shows Jesus will accept outsiders, and they aren't to be trusted. Absolutely. Even in 1 Kings 8:41-43, outsiders are prayed for. Yeah.
You also have to kind of think this is also in the land of Canaan, and the land of Canaan's been cursed for a very long time.
Fair. That's fair. Yeah. Because Sodom and Gomorrah was in Canaan, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Have we gotten past that part? The Sodom and Gomorrah?
Yeah, that was a while back. I think that was like...
Okay.
That was 19, I think.
And then, because it's kind of interesting, you heard, I think it was yesterday, Abe bring up the Blackstone formulation.
Yeah.
Quite interesting how profound even the early Bible is.
Yeah, 100%. But yeah. So I guess God isn't the one that did this. It was Jacob's sons, the sons of Israel. Alright, so then God said to Jacob, "Go up to Bethel and settle there and build an altar there to God, who appeared to you when you were fleeing from your brother Esau." So Jacob said to his household and to all who were with him, "Get rid of your foreign gods you have with you, and purify yourselves and change your clothes. Then come, let us go up to Bethel, where I will build an altar to God, who answered me in the day of my distress, and who has been with me wherever I have gone." So they gave Jacob all the foreign gods they had and the rings in their ears, and Jacob buried them under the oak at Shechem. Then they set out, and the terror of God fell on the towns all around them, so that no one pursued them. Jacob and his people with him came to Luz, Bethel, in the land of Canaan. There he built an altar, and he called the place El Bethel, because it was there that God revealed himself to him when he was fleeing from his brother. Now Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died and was buried under the oak outside of Bethel. So it was named Alon Bakuth, which means oak of weeping. After Jacob returned from Padan Aram, God appeared to him again and blessed him. God said to him, "Your name is Jacob, but you will no longer be called Jacob. Your name will be Israel." So he named him Israel. And God said to him, "I am God Almighty. Be fruitful and increase in number. A nation and a community of nations will come from you, and kings will be among your descendants. The land I gave to Abraham and Isaac I also give to you, and I will give this land to your descendants after you." Then God went up from him at the place where he had talked with him. Jacob set up a stone pillar at the place where God had talked with him, and poured out a drink offering on it, and he also poured oil on it. Jacob called the place where God had talked with him Bethel, which means house of God. Okay.
And then I guess now we see the transition of him no longer being Jacob. So
Yeah.
Now I'm not too familiar with, so Jacob could start to, I guess, develop into a more godly person, but he is no longer, like, Jacob no longer means nothing now. He is no longer Jacob. Like, now he must take up the title of Israel.
So is he no longer called Jacob anymore?
It seems like in verse, scroll up just a little bit. Yes, right here. It says, "Your name is Jacob, but you will no longer be," your name is Jacob, but you will no longer be called Jacob. Your name will be Israel. Israel.
Yeah, so he named him Israel. Okay. The deaths of Rachel and Isaac. Then they moved on from Bethel. When they were still some distance from Ephrath, Rachel began to give birth and had great difficulty. As she was having great difficulty in childbirth, the midwife said to her, "Don't despair, for you have another son." As she breathed her last, for she was dying, she named her son Ben-Oni, means son of my trouble. But his father named him Benjamin. So Rachel died and was buried on the way to Ephrath, that is Bethlehem. For her tomb, Jacob set up a pillar, and to this day that pillar marks Rachel's tomb. Israel moved on again and pitched his tent beyond Migdal Edir. When Israel was living in that region, Reuben went in and slept with his father's concubine Bilhah, and Israel heard of it. Jacob had 12 sons. The sons of Leah, Reuben the firstborn of Jacob, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun. The sons of Rachel, Joseph and Benjamin. The sons of Rachel's servant Bilhah, Dan and Naphtali. And the sons of Leah's servant Zilpah, Gad and Asher. These were the sons of Jacob who were born to him in Padan Aram. Jacob came home to his father Isaac in Mamre, near Kiriath Arba, that is Hebron, where Abraham and Isaac had stayed. Isaac lived 180 years. Then he breathed his last and died, and was gathered to his people, old and full of years. And his son Esau and Jacob buried him. Oh, we're getting close to the end of Genesis, dude. Nice. Okay. Might finish up Genesis tonight, actually, and then we can move on to Exodus after that.
Exodus is going to get very interesting.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because it's got a lot more to do with, like, Moses, and we'll see kind of a lot. I guess more miracles happen.
Yeah, like the parting of the Red Sea.
Yep.
All right. All right. Esau's descendants. So, my beard. I don't know what it is, bro, but like when I wear this, my headset like this, because there's really no other way for me to wear it, so I can like keep it on. When I wear my headset like this, it makes my beard down here itch like a motherfucker, dude. I don't know what's going on.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. It could be the sweat.
Fair. What's up, Hornet? Good to see you, bro. Thanks for stopping in, dude. Thanks for stopping in. Always good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. But yeah, what were you saying, Corey?
I was just gonna say, because like I guess enclosed, when your ears enclosed could cause it to sweat, and the sweat gets stuck on the headphones, and then you put them down, it gets in your ears and causes it to get irritable.
That's
Actually,
fair,
the
man.
only thing
That's
I can
fair.
think. That or it's constantly just rubbing it. The fibers in the headphones are grabbing the beard.
Yeah, no, it's definitely part of it. Can you hear me okay right now?
Keep going. I think so.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right. I have my got my headset on my shoulder instead of around my neck, so that way. Ugh. I know, dude. Yeah, dude. We burned through Genesis, man. We did that in like 3 episodes. It's pretty crazy. All right, so Esau's descendants. This is the account of the family line of Esau, that is Edom. So this is Israel's brother, the one that was cursed. Yeah. So Esau took his wives from the women of Canaan, Adah, daughter of Elon the Hittite, Aholibama, the daughter of Anna, and granddaughter of Zibeon the Hivite. Also Basemeth, daughter of Ishmael, and the sister of Nebaioth. Adah bore Eliphaz to Esau, Basemoth bore Ruel, and Aholibama bore Jush, Shalom, and Korah. These were the sons of Esau who were born to him in Canaan. Oh, dude, so he lived in the cursed land the whole time. Got it. Esau took his wives and sons and daughters and all the members of his household, as well as his livestock and all his other animals and the goods he had acquired in Canaan. Oh, you want your bully stick, buddy? Hey, want it? Go get it, Bears. Yeah. All right. He took his wives and sons and daughters, all the members of his household, as well as his livestock and all his other animals, and all the goods he had acquired in Canaan, and moved to a land some distance from his brother Jacob. Their possessions were too great for them to remain together. The land where they were staying could not support them because of their livestock. So Esau, that is Edom, settled in the hill country of Seir. What? Get it, Bubba. All right. Oh, you okay, Bubba? You all right? Choke you up there a little bit? All right. Go get it, buddy. Go get it, Bears. All right. So this is the account of the family line of Esau and the father of the Edomites in the hill country of Seir. Yeah, Hornet. Yeah. We're reading every single chapter from the beginning to the end. So like when I first start, I typically start this around 2:00. When I first start, I start with like a verse of the day, and then just kind of like discuss some scripture and stuff like that, and go back and forth to different places, and then like read just read like full context of different little verses and stuff like that. But then come like towards the last 4 or 5 hours. Really just do like a strict reading, like going from beginning to end, because I've never read the whole Bible before. I really haven't read like a lot of it actually, so that's why I'm doing it. I want to learn, and it seems like this is a good way for anyone who's never read the Bible before. They can pull the Bible out and read along. And thanks, Base Tweaker, I appreciate that, my dude. But it's a really to me, it's like it's a really good way for me to learn, and anybody that wants to stick around and listen in and hear everything, they're more than welcome to.
For ads, it's very popular.
Yeah.
Like God and Country has become a very popular segment.
I want to keep it that way, man. You know what I mean? Like, there's a place where everyone can come, and hang out, and then, after we get done with actually reading the Bible, dude, anyone wants to debate over scripture or something, they can. I will stay awake for it this time, bro. Hey, Scott, you're all good, man. You're all good. Oh, for real, Hornet, dude, please. If at any point you want to jump in, dude, you're more than welcome to jump in. See, I'm not at all. I'm not. But yeah, Scott, dude, please feel free, bro. Like, don't feel obligated to stick around. Like, I understand you got other stuff to do. I'm just glad you tuned in today at all. You know what I mean? Like, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're part of this. Rude. It's all good, man. Hey, Curveballs, thank you, man. Thanks for tuning in, bro. It's always good to see you. We'll see you next time, dude. Whenever. You're always welcome to jump in, to chew the fat, whatever, man. Thank you, bro. What's going on, dude?
Yeah, I'm not going to be up here for too long. I'm still working, listening, and I'm obviously in the chat. But yeah, Scott, you're not the only one here that can help out. I can help make sure, everything is good, too. You're not alone here. I think all of us are trying to help lower class out.
Thank you, Scott.
But,
dude, I appreciate your dedication, though, man. You're here every single day, bro. You're the best. Seriously, thank you.
And I was going to say, like, having people that are well-read in Scripture is good. It's just one of the things that I think that personally that I'd like to say is, like, it's different than other spaces on the internet, so I don't like feeling small for not understanding. So when I see someone who's, like, a great theologian try to come in and explain, it always kind of makes me feel small, Like, I know it's not intended that way necessarily, but there are a lot of people that are like that.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to this, as far as I'm concerned, I am small. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know anything. So like, hearing other people that have read through all this stuff and like give their take on it, it helps me understand it better from like the perspective of someone who's read through it. That's why, it's to me like. This helps me. Anyone who's never read through it before, it could possibly help someone else. So
sure,
anybody who knows more than me, I'm totally here to listen in.
Well, I was going to say, like, it's also different to get your own perception of what you're reading. So having the time to take and actually study and come to assess what you believe, like your own personal belief on what you're reading, is important, just as important as getting what some would consider as the correct interpretation, right? Because I feel like it resonates with different people differently, and I think that's the entire purpose behind the text itself, is that, like, sure, you can get a different meaning from it from somebody else, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you need to preach that meaning from your own standpoint,
Yeah, 100%. It's just different perspectives, man. And like even when I read through the whole Bible, I'm probably gonna go through it again. Because I never at any point do I want to like come across as an authority on this thing, and there's always something that I can learn from it.
Well, sure.
But yeah, Rude. I understand that's why you're here. I'm just glad you're here, bro.
Oh yeah, I mean, we enjoy it, Rude. I mean, to be honest with you, can you really say that you believe in anything if you can't take pushback on it?
Right.
Like, how strong is your faith if your faith can be tested by some random troll over in non-Countryiistan?
Dude, when do I get my blue marks? Does a woman have a seed? I mean, from my understanding, no.
I mean, no. I would consider we have the seed, and them. They would. I mean, they have the thing that accepts the seed. I guess it depends on the way that you were using the word seed.
Yeah.
Because like you could say that the egg is a seed that once fertilized grows into a plant, i.e., human. I mean, you could draw that metaphor. But I think I'm wondering if you're meaning that literally or metaphorically. Genesis 3:15.
Huh. Fair. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that makes sense, root grab. But again, at the same time, you do give pushback too. Like, even if you do it in a joking way. And that's why I'm saying, like, I would rather someone do it right-hearted than with ill intent, but I'll accept either. Someone could come in here and just try to completely crap all over everything I believe in, and that's fine, because if I can't stand by my convictions, then what do I really believe?
All right. Oh, the woman was called the Earth, to which the seed was planted. Right. That's what I always thought. Like that was what I was under the impression of.
Yeah.
You know.
But again, I could write it to where the seed would also apply to a woman as well, just based on the way that you write the sentence. So, I mean, you can have multiple meanings, but I think that, like, in the most traditional sense of the word, man has the seed.
All right, so let's get back into Genesis.
Yeah, I'm going back into the panel. I just wanted to. Oh yeah, I also wanted to mention. I think it's good. Like, if you have like a very long, like today, you said you're going till 10. It's a good idea to have those pauses in the straight reading the Bible, so that you can actually have people discuss, whether it's in chat and you're engaging with them, or someone else on the panel. Not even necessarily about that specific verse, but just about anything. That way, you can kind of break up the monotony of some viewers. Just a thought.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
And you're doing great. This whole thing is great. Every part of it is fantastic, and I'm here for it.
Cool, man. I'm having a good time too, bro. I love it. Thanks, Base Tweaker. I appreciate it, bro. All right. Corey, you got anything to add so far? You good? Anything to throw into the hat? All right. So, Esau took his wives and sons and daughters and all the members of his household, as well as his livestock and his other animals and all the goods he had acquired in Canaan, and moved to a land some distant from his brother Jacob. Their possessions were too great for them to remain together. The land where they were staying could not support them both because of their livestock. So Esau, that is Edom, settled in the hill country of Seir. This is the account of the family line of Esau and the father of the Edomites on the hill country of Seir. These are the names of Esau's sons: Eliphaz, the son of Esau's wife Adah, and Ruel, the son of Esau's wife Basemath. The sons of Eliphaz, Timon, Omar, Zepho, Gatam, and Kenaz. Esau's son Eliphaz also had a concubine named Timnah, who bore him Amalek. These were the grandsons of Esau's wife Adah. The sons of Ruel, Nahath, Zerah, Shema, and Mizah. These were the grandsons of Esau's wife Basemeth. The sons of Esau's wife Aholibama, daughter of Anah, and the granddaughter of Zibeon, whom she bore to Esau, Juth, Jalam, and Korah. These were the chiefs among Esau's descendants. The sons of Eliphaz were firstborn of Esau, chiefs Timon, Omar, Zepho, Kenaz, Korah, Gatam, and Amalek. Wait, in the Masoretic text, Samaritan Pentateuch, verse 11 and 1, does not have Korah. So there are books that exclude Korah here. These were the chiefs descended from Eliphaz and Edom, and they were grandsons of Adah. The sons of Esau's son Reuel, chiefs Nahath, Zerah, Shema, and Mizah. These were the chiefs descended from Reuel in Edom, and their grandsons of Esau's wife Basemath. And the sons of Esau's wife Aholibama, chiefs Jush, Jalam, and Korah. These were the chiefs descended from Esau's wife Aholibama, daughter of Anah. These were the sons of Esau, that is Edom, and these were their chiefs. These were the sons of Sarah the Horite, who were living in the region: Lotan, Shobal, Zibeon, Anah, Dishan, Ezir, and Dashan. These were the sons of Seir in Edom, were Horite chiefs. The sons of Lotan, Hori, and Homam, or Hemam. Timnah was Lotan's sister. The sons of Shobal, Alvan, Manahath, Ebal, Shepho, and Onam. The sons of Zibeon, Aya, and Anah. This is the Anah who discovered the hot springs. The meaning of Hebrew of the word is, or discovered water in the desert while he was grazing the donkeys of his father Zibeon. Children of Anah, Dishan and Aholibama, daughter of Anah. The sons of Dishan, Hemdan, Eshban, Ithron, and Kiron. And the sons of Azir, Bilhan, Zavan, and Akan. The sons of Dishon, Uz, and Aran. These were the Horite chiefs: Latan, Shabal, Zibeon, Anah, Dishan, Azir, and Dishan. These were the Horite chiefs according to their divisions in the land of Seir. The rulers of Edom. These were the kings who reigned in Edom before any Israelite king reigned. Bela, son of Beor, became king of Edom. His city was named Dinabah. When Bela died, Jobab, son of Zerah from Basra, succeeded him as king. When Jobab died, Husham from the land of the Temanites succeeded him as king. When Husham died, Hadad, son of Bedad, who defeated Midian in the country of Moab, succeeded him as king. His city was named Avith. When Hadad died, Samlah from Masrekah succeeded him as king. When Samlah died, Shaul from Rehoboth on the river succeeded him as king. When Shaul died, Baal-Hanan, son of Akbor, succeeded him as king. When Baal-Hanan, son of Akbor, died, Hadad succeeded him as king. His city was named Pau, and his wife's name was Mehetabel, daughter of Metred, the daughter of Me-Zahab. These were the chiefs descended from Azal by name, according to their clans and regions: Timnah, Alva, Jetheth, Aholibama, Elal, Penan, Kenaz, Taman, Mibzar, Magdiel, and Iram. These were the chiefs of Edom, according to their settlements and the land they occupied. This is the family line of Esau, the father of the Edomites. Oh, Corey jumped. No problem, brother. You're always welcome to come back whenever, man. Please do. It's coming, trying to argue against the word. Corey, hope your daughter gets better, and I am praying for her. No. Yeah, Dub, he's not talking about you. He was talking about this guy, Chris Terry, who was in here, and he was like going off about like evil white people, whatever, yada yada yada. And he was just like not bringing a good energy, and then essentially like kind of complaining that I wouldn't bring him up. Yeah, Base Tweaker. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, dude, he was just. He wasn't trying to like be a part of the group. He was trying to be something special, and that's what happens, you know. Like, I'm not going to bring you up. You're not going to be part of this thing if you're going to come in here first off talking about how evil European white people are and all this other crap. You know, I don't have anything to do with that. That was the totality of it, man. I don't have any reason to even entertain some crap like that, man. It's nothing that I'm interested in. I don't care. If someone's gonna come in here and they're gonna like start talking racial stuff, like, you can take that somewhere else. That has nothing to do with me. So, Joseph's dreams. Jacob lived in a land where his father had stayed, in the land of Canaan. This is his account of Jacob's family line. Joseph, a young man of 17, was tending the flocks with his brothers, the son of Bilhah and the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives, and he brought their father a bad report about them. Now Israel loved Joseph more than any of his other sons, because he had been born to him in his old age, and he made an ornate robe for him. When his brothers saw that their father loved him more than any of them, they hated him and could not speak a kind word to him. Joseph had a dream, and when he told it to his brothers, they hated him all the more. He said to them, "Listen to this dream I had. We were binding sheaves of grain out of the field, when suddenly my sheaf rose and stood upright, while your sheaves gathered around mine and bowed to it." His brother said to him, "Do you intend to reign over us? Will you actually rule us? And they hated him all the more because of his dream and what he had said. And then he had another dream, and he told it to his brothers. Listen, he said, I had another dream, and this time the sun and moon and 11 stars were bowing down to me. When he told his father as well as his brothers, his father rebuked him and said, What is this dream you had? Will your mother and I and your brothers actually come and bow down to the ground before you? His brothers were jealous of him, and his father kept the matter in mind. Joseph sold by his brothers. Now his brothers had gone to graze in their father's flocks near Shechem, and Israel said to Joseph, As you know, your brothers are grazing the flocks near Shechem. Come, and I am going to send you to them. Very well, he replied. So he said to them, Go and see if all is well with your brothers and with the flocks, and bring word back to me. Then he sent them off to the valley of Hebron. When Joseph arrived at Shechem, a man found him wandering around the fields and asked him, What are you looking for? He replied, I'm looking for my brothers. Can you tell me where they are grazing their flocks? They have moved on from here, the man answered. I heard them say, Let's go to Dothan. So Joseph went after his brothers and found them near Dothan. Then they saw him in the distance, and before they reached him, they plotted to kill him. Here comes that dreamer, they said to each other. Come now, let's delete him and throw him into one of these cisterns and say that a ferocious animal devoured him. Then we will see what comes of his dreams. When Reuben heard this, he tried to rescue him from their hands. Let's not take his life, he said. Do not shed any blood. Throw him into the cistern here in the wilderness, but do not lay a hand on him. Reuben said this to rescue him from them and take him back to his father. So when Joseph came to his brothers, they stripped him of his robe, the ornate robe that he was wearing, and they took him and threw him into the cistern. The cistern was empty and there was no water in it. As they sat down to eat their meal, they looked up and saw a caravan of Ishmaelites coming from Gilead. Their camels were loaded with spices, balm, and myrrh, and they were on their way to take them to Egypt. Judah said to his brothers, What will we gain if we delete our brother and cover up his blood? Come, let's sell him to the Ishmaelites and not lay our hands on him. After all, he is our brother, our own flesh and blood. The brothers agreed. So when the Midianite merchants came by, his brothers pulled Joseph up out of the cistern and sold him for 20 shekels, which is like 8 ounces of silver, to the Ishmaelites, who took him to Egypt. When Reuben returned to the cistern and saw that Joseph was not there, he tore his clothes. He went back to his brothers and said, The boy isn't there. Where can I turn now? Then they got Joseph's robe, slaughtered a goat, and dipped the robe in blood. They took the ornate robe back to their father and said, We found this. Examine it to see whether it's your son's robe. He recognized it and said, It is my son's robe. Some ferocious animal has devoured him. Joseph has surely been torn to pieces. Then Jacob tore his clothes, put on a sackcloth, and mourned his son for many days. All his sons and daughters came to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. No, he said, I will continue to mourn until I join my son in the grave. So his father wept for him. Meanwhile, the Midianites sold Joseph in Egypt to Potiphar, one of the Pharaoh's officials, the captain of the guard. All right. Ashton, you can get a wrench, man. That's fine, dude. There you go, Ashton. Got a wrench. Just remember, try and run it by me before making any decisions that have to do with something not involved with TOS, right? That's all I ask. Nothing more, nothing less. You know what I mean? Alright, so Judah and Tamar. At that time, Judah left his brothers and went down to stay with a man of Adullam named Hirah. There Judah met the daughter of a Canaanite man named Shua. He married her and made love to her. She became pregnant and gave birth to a son who was named Ir. She conceived again and gave birth to a son and named him Onan. She gave birth to still another son and named him Shelah. It was at Kezib that she gave birth to him. Judah got a wife for his firstborn, and her name was Tamar. But Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the Lord's sight, so the Lord put him to death. Then Judah said to Onan, "Sleep with your brother's wife and fulfill your duty to her as a brother-in-law to raise up offspring for your brother." But Onan knew that the child would not be his. So whenever he slept with his brother's wife, he spilled his seed on the ground to keep from providing offspring for his brother. So he was pulling out so he wouldn't. Okay. So he's pulling out because he didn't want to get his brother's girl pregnant. What he did was wicked in the Lord's sight, so the Lord put him to death also. Judah then said to his daughter-in-law Tamar, "Live as a widow in your father's household until my son Shelah grows up." For he thought he may die too, just like his brothers. So Tamar went to live in her father's household. After a long time, Judah's wife, the daughter of Shuad, died. When Judah had recovered from his grief, he went up to Timnah to the men who were shearing his sheep, and his friend Hirah the Adullamite went to him. When Tamar was told, "Your father-in-law is on his way to Timnah to shear his sheep," she took off her widow's clothes, covered herself with a veil to disguise herself, and then sat down at the entrance of Enaim, which is on the road to Timnah. For she saw that, though Shelah had not grown up, she had not been given to him as his wife. When Judah saw her, he thought that she was a sex worker, so she had covered her face. Not realizing that she was his daughter-in-law, she went over to her by the roadside and said, "Come now, let me sleep with you." "And what will you give me to sleep with you?" she asked. "I will send you a young goat from my flock. Will you give me something as a pledge until you send it?" "What pledge should I give you?" "Your seal and its cord and the staff in your hand," she answered. So he gave them to her and slept with her, and she became pregnant by him. After she left, she took off her veil and put on her widow's clothes again. Meanwhile, Judah sent the young goat by his friend and the Adullamite, in order to get his pledge back from the woman, but he did not find her. He asked the men who lived there, "Where is the shrine sex worker who was beside the road at Enaim?" "There hasn't been any shrine sex worker here," they said. So he went back to Judah and said, "I didn't find her. Besides, the men who lived there said there hasn't been any shrine sex workers here." Then Judah said, "Let her keep what she has, or we will become a laughing stock. After all, I did send her this young goat, but you didn't find her." About 3 months later, Judah was told, "Your daughter-in-law Tamar was guilty of sex work, and as a result, she is now pregnant." Judah said, "Bring her out and have her burned to deletion." As she was being brought out, she sent a message to her father-in-law. "I am pregnant by the man who owns these," she said. And she added, "See if you recognize whose seal and cord and staff these are." Judah recognized them and said, "She is more righteous than I, since I wouldn't give her to my son Shelah." And he did not sleep with her again. When the time came for her to give birth, there were twin boys in her womb. As she was giving birth, one of them put out his hand, so the midwife took a scarlet thread and tied it on his wrist and said, "This boy came out first." When she drew back his hand, his brother came out, and she said, "This is how you have broken out." And he was named Perez. Perez means breaking out. Then his brother, who had the scarlet thread on his wrist, came out, and he was named Zerah, which is scarlet or brightness. So the baby stuck his hand out. She tied the scarlet to it, and he pulled his hand back in, and then the other boy came out. Okay. Joseph and Potiphar's wife. Let's see. What women all cover their face? Yeah. Fair. Sorry, I'm just seeing chat right now. I apologize, brother. Joseph and Potiphar's wife. Now Joseph had been taken down to Egypt. Potiphar, an Egyptian who was one of the Pharaoh's officials, the captain of the guard, bought him from the Ishmaelites who had taken him there. The Lord was with Joseph so that he prospered, and he lived in the house of his Egyptian master. When his master saw that the Lord was with him and that the Lord gave him success in everything he did, Joseph found favor in his eyes and became his attendant. You want this, buddy? Want it? Go get it, buddy. Good boy. Potiphar put him in charge of his household, and he entrusted to his care everything he owned. From the time he put him in charge of his household and all the things he owned, the Lord blessed the household of the Egyptian because of Joseph. The blessing of the Lord was on everything Potiphar had, both in the house and in the field. So Potiphar left everything he had in Joseph's care. With Joseph in charge, he did not concern himself with anything except the food he ate. Now Joseph was well built and handsome, and after a while his master's wife took notice of Joseph and said, "Come to bed with me." But he refused. "With me in charge," he told her, "my master does not concern himself with anything in the house. Everything he owns he has entrusted to my care. No one is greater in this house than I am. My master has withheld nothing from me except you, because you are his wife. Then how could I do such a wicked thing and sin against God?" And though she spoke to Joseph day after day, he refused to go to bed with her or even be with her. Man, you can't trust these. You can't trust them, brother. You can't trust them. Yep, there you go, brother. There you go. Just Ashton, the only thing I ask, bro, is if you're going to make a decision that isn't based on like a TOS violation, just run it by me first, right? That's the only thing I ask. So if you can, like, I'm not saying I don't think you can do that. That's the only thing I ask of anyone who's a mod, right? So like, if someone does something that isn't against TOS and you want to run it by me to ban them, just let me know, okay? That's it. Like, just run it by me first. That's it. We can figure out a way. Like, I can invite a bunch of people to the Discord. I have a Discord for the channel. I just haven't. There's no one in it. I've already demonstrated that I won't just do stuff. Let that guy say every bad thing he wanted to. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Bro, I'm not even upset about that. Like, people can come in here and talk mess to me. As long as you're not going against TOS, I don't care. Like, people can, call me a coward and all sorts of junk. I don't, like, none of that shit bothers me, dude. I don't care. People can say whatever they want. Words. I know, like, we were just reading earlier how, like, words mean something to some people. They really don't mean much to me. Yeah. Basically, right? Alright. So, one day he went into the house to attend to his duties, and none of the household servants were inside. She caught him by his cloak and said, "Come to bed with me," but he left his cloak in her hand and ran out of the house. But when she saw that he had left his cloak in her hand and had run out of the house, she called to her household servants. "Look," she said to them, "this Hebrew has been brought to us to make sport of us. He came in here to sleep with me, but I screamed. When he heard me scream for help, he left his cloak beside me and ran out of the house." Oh, dude. Can't trust him, bro. Holy. She kept his cloak beside her until his master came home. Then she told him this story. "That Hebrew slave you brought us came to me to make sport of me. But as soon as I screamed for help, he left his cloak beside me and ran out of the house." When his master heard the story his wife told him, saying, "This is how your slave treated me," he burned with anger. Joseph's master took him and put him in prison, the place where the king's prisoners were confined. But while Joseph was there in prison, the Lord was with him. He showed him kindness and granted him favor in the eyes of the prison warden. So the warden put Joseph in charge of all those held in the prison, and he was made responsible for all that was done there. The warden paid no attention to anything under Joseph's care, because the Lord was with Joseph and gave him success in whatever he did. cupbearer and the baker. Sometime later, the cupbearer and the baker of the king of Egypt offended their master, the king of Egypt. Pharaoh was angry with his two officials, the chief cupbearer and the chief baker, and put them in custody in the house of the captain of the guard, in the same prison where Joseph was confined. The captain of the guard assigned them to Joseph, and he attended them. After they had been in custody for some time, each of the two men, the cupbearer and the baker of the king of Egypt, were being held in prison, had a dream the same night, and each dream had a meaning of its own. When Joseph came to them the next morning, he saw that they were dejected. So he asked Pharaoh's officials who were in custody with him in his master's house, "Why do you look so sad today?" "We both had dreams," they answered, "but there is no one to interpret them." Then Joseph said to them, "Do not interpretations belong to God? Tell me your dreams." So the chief cupbearer told Joseph his dream. He said to him, "In my dream I saw a vine in front of me, and on the vine there were 3 branches. As soon as it budded, it blossomed, and its clusters ripened into grapes. Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes, squeezed them into Pharaoh's cup, and put the cup in his hand." "This is what it means," Joseph said to him. "The 3 branches are 3 days. Within 3 days, Pharaoh will lift up your head and restore you to your position, and you will put Pharaoh's cup in his hand, just as you used to do when you were his cupbearer. But when all goes well with you, remember me and show me kindness. Mention me to the Pharaoh and get me out of the prison. I was forcibly carried off from the land of Hebrews, and even here I have done nothing to deserve being put in a dungeon." When the chief baker saw that Joseph had given a favorable interpretation, he said to Joseph, "I too had a dream. On my head there were 3 baskets of bread." Wicker baskets. Okay. "On the top basket were all kinds of baked goods for Pharaoh, but the birds were eating them out of the basket on my head." "This is what it means," Joseph said. "The 3 baskets are 3 days. Within 3 days, Pharaoh will lift off your head and impale your body on a pole, and the birds will eat away your flesh." Oh, jeez. Now the 3rd day was Pharaoh's birthday, and he gave a feast for all of his officials. He lifted up the heads of the chief cupbearer and the chief baker in the presence of his officials. He restored the chief cupbearer to his position so that he once again put the cup into Pharaoh's hands. But he impaled the chief baker just as Joseph had said to them in his interpretation. The chief cupbearer, however, did not remember Joseph. He forgot him. Wow. Mods modding other mods. Yeah, 100%. There's going to be a civil war here eventually, and I'm just going to eat popcorn and watch this happen. Dude, same here, bro. That's why I'm doing this, man. That's why I'm doing this. 100%. Pharaoh's dreams. When 2 years had passed, Pharaoh had a dream. He was standing by the Nile when out of the river there came up 7 cows, sleek and fat, and grazed among the reeds. After them 7 other cows, ugly and gaunt, came up out of the Nile and stood beside those on the riverbank. And the cows that were ugly and gaunt ate up the 7 sleek, fat cows. The Pharaoh woke up. He fell asleep again and had a second dream. 7 heads of grain, healthy and good, were growing on a single stalk. After them 7 other heads of grain sprouted, thin and scorched by the east wind. The thin heads of grain swallowed up the 7 healthy full heads. Then Pharaoh woke up. It had been a dream. In the morning, all right, before I read any further, what I'm thinking is something's going to happen in a week. 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. In the morning his mind was troubled, so he sent for all the magicians and wise men of Egypt. Pharaoh told them his dreams, but no one could interpret them to him. Then the chief cupbearer said to Pharaoh, "Today I am reminded of my shortcomings. Pharaoh was once angry with his servants, so he imprisoned me and the chief baker in the house of the captain of the guard. Each of us had a dream of the same night, and each dream had a meaning of its own. Now a young Hebrew was there with us, a servant of the captain of the guard. We told him our dreams, and he interpreted them for us, giving each man the interpretation of his dream. And things turned out exactly as he interpreted them to us. I was restored to my position, and the other man was impaled. So Pharaoh sent for Joseph, and he was quickly brought from the dungeon. When he had shaved and changed his clothes, he came before Pharaoh. Pharaoh said to Joseph, I had a dream, and no one can interpret it, but I've heard it said that that when you hear a dream, you can interpret it. I cannot do it, Joseph replied to Pharaoh, but God will give Pharaoh the answers he desires. Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, in my dream, I was standing on the bank of the Nile, when out of the river came up 7 cows, fat and sleek, and they grazed among the reeds. After them, 7 other cows came up, scrawny and very ugly and lean. I had never seen such ugly cows in all the land of Egypt. The lean, ugly cows ate up the 7 fat cows that came up first. But even after they ate them, no one could tell that they had done so. They looked just as ugly as before. Then I woke up. In my dream, I saw 7 heads of grain, full and good, growing on single stalk. After them, 7 other heads sprouted, withered and thin and scorched by the east wind. The thin heads of grain swallowed up the 7 good heads. I told this to the magicians, but none of them could explain it to me. Then Joseph said to Pharaoh, the dreams of Pharaoh are one and the same. God has revealed to Pharaoh what he's about to do. The 7 good cows are 7 years. Oh, 7 years. And the 7 good heads of grain are 7 years. It is one and the same dream. The 7 lean, ugly cows that came up after are 7 years, and so are the 7 worthless heads of grain scorched by the east wind. They are 7 years of famine. Okay, so 7 years, not 7 days. Got it. It is just as I said to Pharaoh. God has shown Pharaoh what he's about to do. 7 years of great abundance are coming throughout the land of Egypt, but 7 years of famine will follow them. Then all the abundance in Egypt will be forgotten, and the famine will ravage the land. The abundance in the land will not be remembered, because the famine that follows it will be so severe. The reason the dream was given to Pharaoh in 2 forms is that the matter has been firmly decided by God, and God will do it soon. And now let Pharaoh look for a discerning and wise man to put him in charge of the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh appoint commissioners over the land to take 1/5 of the harvest of Egypt during the 7 years of abundance. They should collect all the food of these good years that are coming and store up the grain under the authority of Pharaoh to be kept in the cities for food. This food shall be held in reserve for the country and to be used during the 7 years of famine that will come upon Egypt, so that the country may not be ruined by the famine. The plan seemed good to Pharaoh and to all his officials. So Pharaoh asked him, can we find anyone like this man, one in whom is the Spirit of God, or of the gods? Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, since God has made all this known to you, there is no one so discerning and wise as you. You shall be in charge of my palace, and all the people are to submit to your orders. Only with respect to the throne will I be greater than you. Dang, man. Imagine that, dude. Going from a slave to immediately having the same authority as a pharaoh. That's insane. The story of Joseph is a great example of how to never try to shun your family. 1 Timothy 5:8. Oh yeah, dude, I'll definitely take a look into that. First Timothy 5:8. Okay, let me finish this chapter, and I'll go take a look at that one. Joseph in charge of Egypt. So Pharaoh said to Joseph, I hereby put you in charge of the whole land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh took his signet ring from his finger and put it on Joseph's finger. He dressed him in robes of fine linen and put a gold chain around his neck. He had him ride in a chariot as his second in command. And people shouted before him, make way. Thus he put him in charge of the whole land of Egypt. Oh, see, I didn't know make way meant bow down. I thought make way meant like get out of the way, like make room, make room. That's crazy. I didn't realize that. Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, I am Pharaoh, but without your word, no one will lift hand or foot in all of Egypt. Pharaoh gave Joseph the name Zephanath-Paneah, and gave him Asenath, daughter of Potiphera, priest of On, to be his wife. And Joseph went throughout the land of Egypt. Priest of On, Heliopolis, also in verse 50. Okay. Joseph was 30 years old when he entered the service of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. And Joseph went out from Pharaoh's presence and traveled throughout Egypt. During the 7 years of abundance, the land produced plentifully. Joseph collected all the food produced in those 7 years of abundance in Egypt and stored it in the cities. In each city, he put the food grown in the fields surrounding it. Joseph stored up huge quantities of grain, just like the sand of the sea. It was so much that he stopped keeping records because it was beyond measure. Before the years of famine, 2 sons were born to Joseph and Asenath, daughter of Potiphera, priest of, Heliopolis. Joseph named his firstborn Manasseh, which means forget, and said, "It's because God has made me forget all my trouble and all my father's household." The second son he named Ephraim, twice fruitful, and it says, "Because God has made me fruitful in the land of my suffering." The 7 years of abundance in Egypt came to an end, and the 7 years of famine began, just as Joseph has said. There was a famine in all the other lands, but in the whole land of Egypt there was food. When all Egypt began to feel the famine, the people cried to Pharaoh for food. Then Pharaoh told all the Egyptians, "Go to Joseph and do what he tells you." When the famine had spread over the whole country, Joseph opened up all the storehouses and sold grain to the Egyptians, for the famine was severe throughout Egypt. And all the world came to Egypt to buy grain from Joseph because the famine was severe everywhere. Oh, yeah, that's right. First, what was that one, Dub? Okay. First Timothy 5:8. I'm gonna keep that in mind. I'll keep that up on the screen for now. All right. So Joseph's brothers go to Egypt. When Jacob learned that there was grain in Egypt, he said to his sons, "Why do you keep looking at each other? Why do you just keep looking at each other? I have heard that there is grain in Egypt. Go down there and buy some for us, so that we may live and not die." Then 10 of Joseph's brothers went down to buy grain from Egypt. But Jacob did not send Benjamin, Joseph's brother, with the others, because he was afraid that harm might come to him. So Israel's sons were among those who went to buy grain, for there was famine in the land of Canaan also. See, so here's my question with this, right? So God told Jacob that his name was now Israel, and he will be called Israel. But as the Bible goes, it continually refers to him as Jacob, but it also refers to him as Israel. Hold on, let me look into this real quick. Why in Genesis does the Bible refer to Jacob as Israel and as Jacob? The name changed to Israel, meaning wrestles with God, signifies a significant turning point in his spiritual journey, while the name Jacob continues to be used to refer to his personal and familial history. The name change reflects a new identity and relationship with God, but the older name is retained to acknowledge his past and lineage. Okay. Got it. Okay. So when they call him Jacob, they're calling him Jacob to refer to like where he came from and his children, but Israel is his actual name. Okay, cool. So it's more of a reference point, I guess, at that thing, right? Got it. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Now Joseph was the governor of the land, the person who sold grain to all its people. So when Joseph's brother arrived, they bowed down to him with their faces to the ground. As soon as Joseph saw his brothers, he recognized them, but he pretended to be a stranger and spoke harshly to them. "Where do you come from?" he asked. "From the land of Canaan," they replied, "to buy food." Though Joseph recognized his brothers, they did not recognize him. Then he remembered his dreams about them and said to them, "You are spies. You have come to see where our land is unprotected." "No, my lord," they answered. "Your servants have come to buy food. We are all the sons of one man. Your servants are honest men, not spies." "No," he said to them. "You have come to see where our land is unprotected." But they replied, "Your servants were 12 brothers, the sons of one man, who lived in the land of Canaan. The youngest is now with our father, and one is no more." Joseph said to them, "It is just as I told you. You are spies, and this is how you will be tested. As surely as Pharaoh lives, you will not leave this place unless your youngest brother comes here. Send one of your number to get your brother. The rest of you will be kept in prison so that your words may be tested to see if you are telling the truth." If you are not, then as surely as Pharaoh lives, you are spies." And he put them all in custody for 3 days. On the third day, Joseph said to them, "Do this, and you will live, for I fear God. If you are honest men, let one of your brothers stay here in prison, while the rest of you go and take grain back to your starving households. But you must bring your youngest brother to me, so that your words may be verified and that you may not die." This they proceeded to do. They said to one another, "Surely we are being punished because of our brother. We saw how distressed he was when he pleaded with us for his life, but we would not listen. That's why this distress has come on us." Reuben replied, "Didn't I tell you not to sin against the boy? But you wouldn't listen. Now we must give an accounting for his blood." They did not realize that Joseph could understand them, since he was using an interpreter. He turned away from them and began to weep, but then came back and spoke to them again. He had Simeon taken from them and bound before their eyes. Joseph gave orders to fill their bags with grain, to put each man's silver back in its sack, and to give them provisions for their journey. After this was done for them, they loaded their grain on their donkeys and left. At the place where they stopped for the night, one of them opened his sack to feed for his donkey, and he saw his silver in the back of his sack. "My silver has been returned," he said to his brothers. "Here it is in my sack." Their hearts sank, and they turned to each other, trembling, and said, "What is this that God has done to us?" When they came to their father Jacob in the land of Canaan, they told him all that had happened to them. They said, "The man who is Lord over the land spoke harshly to us and treated us as though we were spying on the land. But we said to him, 'We are honest men, we are not spies. We were 12 brothers, sons of one father. One is no more, and the youngest is now with our father in Canaan.' Then the man who is Lord over the land said to us, 'This is how I will know whether you are honest men. Leave one of your brothers here with me, and take food for your starving households and go. But bring your youngest brother to me, so I will know that you are not spies but honest men. Then I will give your brother back to you, and you can trade or move about freely in the land.' As they were emptying their sacks, there in each man's sack was his pouch of silver. When they and their father saw the money pouches, they were frightened. Their father Jacob said to them, 'You have deprived me of my children. Joseph is no more, and Simeon is no more, and now you want to take Benjamin. Everything is against me.' Then Reuben said to his father, 'You may put both of my sons to death if I do not bring him back to you. Entrust him to my care, and I will bring him back.' But Jacob said, 'My son will not go down there with you. His brother is dead, and he's the only one left. If harm comes to him on the journey you are taking, you will bring my gray head down to the grave in sorrow.'" Second journey to Egypt. Now the famine was still severe in the land, so they had eaten all the grain they had brought from Egypt. Their father said to them, "Go back and buy us a little more food." But Judah said to him, "The man warned us solemnly, 'You will not see my face again unless your brother is with you. If you will send our brother along with us, we will go down and buy food for you. But if you will not send him, we will not go down, because the man said to us, 'You will not see my face again unless your brother is with you.' Israel said, 'Why did you bring this trouble on me by telling the man you had another brother?' They replied, 'The man questioned us closely about ourselves and our family. 'Is your father still living?' he asked us. 'Do you have another brother?' We simply answered his questions. How were we to know he would say, 'Bring your brother down here'?" Then Judah said to Israel his father, "Send the boy along with me, and we will go at once, so that we and you and our children may live and not die. I myself will guarantee his safety. You can hold me personally responsible for him. If I do not bring him back to you and set him here before you, I will bear the blame before you all my life. As it is, as we had not delayed, we could not have gone and returned twice." Then their father Israel said to them, "If it must be, then do this. Put some of the best products of the land in your bags and take them down to the man as a gift. A little balm and a little honey, some spices and myrrh, some pistachio nuts and almonds. Take double the amount of silver with you, for you must return the silver that was put back in the mouths of your sacks. Perhaps it was a mistake. Take your brother also and go back to the man at once. And may Almighty God grant you mercy before the man, so that he will let your other brother and Benjamin come back with you. As for me, if I am bereaved, I am bereaved." So the men took gifts and double the amount of silver, and Benjamin also. They hurried down to Egypt to present themselves to Joseph. When Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said that the steward of the house, "Take these men to my house, slaughter an animal, and prepare a meal. They are to eat with me at noon." The man did as Joseph told him and took the men to Joseph's house. Now the men were frightened when they were taken to his house. They thought, "We were brought here because of the silver that was put back into our sacks the first time. He wants to attack us and overpower us and seize us as slaves and take our donkeys." So they went up to Joseph's steward and spoke to him at the entrance of the house. "We beg your pardon, our lord. We came down here the first time to buy food, but at the place where we stopped for the night, we opened our sacks and each of us found his silver, the exact weight, in the mouth of the sack. So we have brought it back with us. We also brought additional silver with us to buy food. We don't know who put silver in our sacks." "It's all right," he said. "Don't be afraid. Your God, the God of your father, has given you treasure in your sacks. I received your silver." Then he brought Simeon out to them. The steward took the men into Joseph's house, gave them water to wash their feet, and provided fodder for their donkeys. They prepared their gifts for Joseph's arrival at noon because they had heard that they were to eat there. When Joseph came home, they presented to him the gifts they had brought into the house, and they bowed down before him to the ground. He asked them how they were, and then he said, "How is your aged father you told me about? Is he still living?" They replied, "Your servant, our father, is still alive and well." And they bowed down, prostrating themselves before him. As he looked about and saw his brother Benjamin, his own mother's son, he asked, "Is this your youngest brother, the one you told me about?" And he said, "God be gracious to you, my son." Deeply moved at the sight of his brother, Joseph hurried out and looked for a place to weep. He went into his private room and wept there. After he had washed his face, he came out and controlling himself, he said, "Serve the food." They served him by himself. They served him by himself, the brothers by themselves, and the Egyptians who ate with him by themselves, because Egyptians could not eat with Hebrews, for that is detestable to Egyptians. The men had been seated before him in the order of their ages, from the firstborn to the youngest, and they looked at each other in astonishment. When portions were served to them from Joseph's table, Benjamin's portion was 5 times as much as anyone else's. So they feasted and drank freely with him. It's like they're probably starting to understand now that Joseph knows who they are. Like as this is going on, it's starting to... They don't know who Joseph is, but Joseph understands these are his brothers. A silver cup and a sack. Now Joseph gave these instructions to the steward of the house. "Fill the men's sacks with as much food as they can carry, and put each man's silver in the mouth of his sack." Yeah. So Joseph is just giving them all this shit for free. "Then put my cup, the silver one, in the mouth of the youngest one's sack, along with the silver for his grain." And he did as Joseph said. As morning dawned, the men were sent on their way with their donkeys. They had not gone far from the city when Joseph said to his steward, "Go after those men at once, and when you catch up with them, say to them, 'Why have you repaid good with evil? Isn't this the cup my master drinks from, and also uses for divination? This is a wicked thing you have done.' When he caught up with them, he repeated these words to them. But they said to him, 'Why does my Lord say such things? Far be it from your servants to do anything like that. We even brought back to you from the land of Canaan the silver we found inside the mouths of our sacks. So why would we steal silver or gold from your master's house? If any of your servants is found to have it, he will die, and the rest of us will become the Lord's slaves.' 'Very well then,' he said, 'let us be as you say. Whoever is found to have it will become my slave. The rest of you will be free from blame.' Each of them quickly lowered his sack to the ground and opened it. Then the steward proceeded to search, beginning with the oldest and ending with the youngest. And the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. At this they tore their clothes. Then they all loaded their donkeys and returned to the city. Joseph was still in the house when Judah and his brothers came in, and they threw themselves to the ground before him. Joseph said to them, 'What is this you've done? Don't you know that a man like me can find things out by divination?' 'What can we say, my lord?' Judah replied. 'What can we say? How can we prove our innocence? God has uncovered your servant's guilt. We are now my lord's slaves. We ourselves are the ones who is found to have the cup.' But Joseph said, 'Far be it from me to do such a thing. Only the man who is found to have the cup will become my slave. The rest of you go back to your father in peace." Then Judah went up to him and said, "Pardon your servant, my lord. Let me speak a word to my lord. Let me speak a word to my lord. Do not be angry with your servant, though you are equal to Pharaoh himself. My lord asked his servants, 'Do you have a father or a brother?' We answered, 'We have an aged father, but there is a young son born to him in his old age. His brother is dead, and he is the only one of his mother's sons left, and his father loves him.' Then you said to your servants, 'Bring him down to me so I can see him for myself.' And we said to my lord, 'The boy cannot leave his father. If he leaves him, his father will die.' But you told your servants, 'Unless your youngest brother comes down with you, you will not see my face again.' When we went back to your servant, my father, we told him what my lord had said. Then our father said, 'Go back and buy a little more food.' But we said, 'We cannot go down. Only if our youngest brother is with us, we will go. We cannot see the man's face unless our youngest brother is with us.' Your servant, my father, said to us, 'You know that my wife bore me 2 sons. One of them went away from me,' he said, 'and has surely been torn to pieces, and I have not seen him since. If you take this one from me too, and harm comes to him, you will bring up my gray head down to the grave in misery. So now, if the boy is not with us when I go back to your servant my father, if my father, whose life is closely bound up with the boy's life, sees that the boy isn't there, he will die. Your servants will bring the gray head of our father down to the grave in sorrow.' Your servant guaranteed the boy's safety to my father. I said, 'If I do not bring him back to you, I will bear the blame before you, my father, all my life. Now then, please let your servant remain here as my lord's slave in place of the boy, and let the boy return with his brothers. How can I go back to the father if the boy is not with me? No, do not let me see the misery that would come on my father.'" All right. So I'm going to take a pause here real quick, guys. I got to walk Charlie. So give me just a minute. I'll be back. Okay? All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Charlie had to go to the bathroom real quick. JB, what's up, dude? Thanks for stopping in, my man. No. I didn't fall asleep. No, I was just walking Charlie. That's all. JB, welcome in, dude. Appreciate it, bro. No, yeah, I promise I did not fall asleep this time, man. I just had to take Charlie out. That's all. I even put a what up, dude? I even put a banner on the bottom to say, "Hey, I'll be back soon." Yeah. What's up, dude?
No, much. How are you?
Doing good. It's funny. It didn't even occur to me that I was gonna get roasted about the stream getting left blank there for a second, but I deserve it. I had it coming. Oh wait, someone else is here. What's up, dude? Welcome back.
What's up,
What's up, Base?
I just wanted to mention that it was funny that I had this playing behind me while I was washing dishes, and one of my managers came by and was like, "Were you listening to Genesis, or what was going on with that?"
Yeah. Dude, we're moving right along, man. I mean, there's only, 5 more chapters to go, and then we're done with Genesis? Yeah.
So it took us a week to get through Genesis. I figure by the end of the year we should be done with the time, depending on the days.
Well, I'm going to actually get my icon.
What was that?
Yep.
Oh, he dropped.
JB, good to see you, man. You doing all right today?
What's up, JB? I'm just happy that I now have a blue fitting for my name, and I appreciate that, and I promise that I will use my power for good and not evil.
Oh, dude, I trust you, Will. I think that's an important thing to lay down. Is that I know there are some people who are real band happy and stuff. I don't mind people coming in and BSing with me back and forth. That's cool with me. You know what I mean?
It's an open up.
Yeah, but if someone's going against TOS or they're harassing someone in the chat, they're harassing someone in chat. They can go fuck themselves. But if they're talking shit to me, I don't care. That's fine.
Yeah, JB, that sounds about a lot like my night tonight, because I literally had to dye my wife's hair 2 different colors for her. Nice thing is that she might be a blue-haired lady, but she's not a blue-haired feminist lady, which makes it so much easier. So then she just took our 2 little ones back to bed. I was like, all right, I'll hop on for a little bit.
Nice, dude. Well, I'm glad you jumped in with me, bro.
Oh yeah, I was trying to while you were taking Charlie out there, I was trying to get Polly Politics to answer my phone call, but he keeps FU buttoning me.
Oh.
He's a political TikToker on YouTube, and he's going on about immigration and asylum seeking, and he pulled up to tell me how you're losing an argument without telling me you're losing the argument. He pulls up the Cornell law study of the law that he is trying to debunk, and doesn't even actually pull up the full law. He pulled up only the synopsis from Cornell University.
Yeah.
And the guy's like, "That's not the law. That's a synopsis from Cornell." And he's like, "No, this is the law. This is the meanings of the law." I messaged in chat, and one of the mods timed me out. I'm like, "That's a Cornell study, and I'm pulling it up right now with you side by side. You are not looking at the actual law. You are literally reading a synopsis of the law, sir. Why don't you have me on it, and we'll gladly have a conversation."
What do you guys think of the new graphic?
What's that?
Who was it?
Politics or something like that.
I don't think I've seen them.
Some black dude. He's kind of like that guy. I don't know if you were watching the TikTok invasion with Andrew. The one night, he's kind of like that Pickles dude that Andrew roasted.
Okay.
Yeah, he does like that. He's on TikTok and like live streams on YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, and all those places, but he never ever fully takes like an actual conservative argument.
Yeah.
So he's kind of like God.
What do you guys think of my new avatar?
Looks good, man.
That's perfect, dude.
Yeah, Rude made it.
Rude Crap made that for you.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm gonna sign up for Streamlabs just so I have an account so I can do the cool stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna get on here too. I feel like lower class should at least make somebody that's gonna be on panel with him consistently able to bring people up, on the off chance that he's away, stuff like that.
I'm thinking about that. You just got to understand something, dude. Like, this is something that I pay money for.
Oh, I said it sometime. I didn't say it's something that you were mandatorily to do. It's just more so just to make sure that when you're on stream and when you're actually streaming and you have something to do, that you can stay on point.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll think about it. Just right now, it's something that's really sketchy. Like that whole concept is something really sketchy to me. So
Well,
if it didn't cost as much as it cost, it'd be one thing. But this is
What's
something.
What's it cost?
Cost me. It's like $100.
I was thinking $100.
Is it like a monthly thing or?
It's monthly, yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot.
There's cheaper options, but you just don't get as much like customization with it.
No,
And I'm still learning how to use it too. So
I'm just gonna sign up just so that I can, actually have like a different avatar instead of just having a big head for when I'm on panel.
I just want to be able to put click the thing and show it on screen.
Yeah. I'm still weighing options on that. I'm kind of scared to hand that.
Oh, I understand, dude. I understand. You don't have to explain yourself, brother, at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Legit. Is Rob on? I think Rob just got on.
Did he?
He's on really early. Debate Trump's record on my misinformation with the radical candidate. Oh, he is debating radical.
It's debate against Ryan today, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I forgot about that.
Oh, I might have to get on that later on tonight.
You guys want to jump over there? We can end this now and finish this up next week.
I mean, I'm just going to be completely honest with you. I could or could not watch it. He's going to beat Ryan, there's no question.
I know. It's just glorious watching people debate Ryan.
I'm pretty sure that Ryan's dog could debate him.
I'm pretty sure I would vote for the dog more than I would vote for Ryan. And that's saying something because I hate small breed dogs.
So do I.
Charlie is the only pug in the entire universe that I actually respect.
He's a good one, isn't he? I love him to death, bro.
He's good out. Yeah, I grew up with shepherds and golden retrievers, so I'm used to large breed dogs.
We could end it right here, bro. I mean, the stream's at 5 hours now.
Okay. Well, we're ending it. If we are ending it, I do want to say the prayer on the outpost, if I may.
Yeah, 100%, dude. Go right ahead, bro. Yeah. We'll end with a prayer, and then we'll cancel here. And then we'll get our raid Rob.
Get a raid Rob. I love it. All right, so everyone's bow their heads and cross their hands. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this glorious day today. We're gloriously enough able to read and understand your word here with lower class today. We appreciate you giving us that knowledge and that fortitude within it. We also pray that Big Soda Corey his daughter has a full recovery and gets better and well soon. May you give the doctors the knowledge that they need to make her better and well. Also give her the strength and the endurance to overcome this illness through her. And within your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Oh, did it give me chills?
All right, boys. I have Rob's channel posted up here. I know there's only a couple people watching right now, but I got Rob's channel posted up here. Please go by, raid him. I'm gonna head up over there myself. Y'all have a great night, okay? Thank you. God bless.
All right, boys. It's been fun.
Base, thank you so much. You guys are beautiful bitches. I just want to let you know.